But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasani Mwambaje. Hapa popote pale mlipo mwasema kila kitu kiko swadakta. Leo ni siku ya Wednesday. Wednesday kwa Kiswahili wanga what? Juma what? Jumatano. Leo ni siku ya Jumatano. Have you ever been in a situation where you lose track of time? You're not certain whether it's a Monday, Wednesday, or a Sunday.
More often than you realize.
Do you know where? In your current state.
No, believe me, it happens to me.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, when we have holidays, it confuses my system.
Like the holidays we had in the last couple of weeks.
I have to deliberately make a point of remembering.
Yes.
Because we could be on Monday and my head is on Thursday.
Really?
Meaning, the days in between, it's like a follow-up of what it is that happened last. That confusion happens to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
But is it something that started recently or it's something that has been there for a while?
No, it's something that is a hallmark of how my system works.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I have a similar problem. For example, now for the last, is it 3 weeks? We've had holidays every weekend. We had the first one, Mazingira Day. Then Baba gave us one on Friday. Then Kenyatta gave us another one on Monday.
Yes.
So we have had these holidays zikifuatana venye zinafuatana. And it gets to a point sometimes I'm not sure which day it is.
Actually, what helps me balance is when we come to work. Then that rhythm is maintained.
Yes.
If I didn't come to work,
Nivyo.
Man, it takes time before I recalibrate.
Now we're heading to a season called the festive season. There is where now everything happens shagala bagala. Because you and especially for the guys who will take time off from work, their annual leave days, maybe 21 or 42 days, whatever you get at your office. You can leave the house in the morning going to buy bread. You come back 2 weeks later. Sababu ya sherehe. You've umechomoka kwa nyumba na slippers. Vizuri sana. You're deliberately going to buy bread and milk and eggs. Come back, make breakfast and enjoy the rest of the day. But unatoka pale nje, you just meet a friend. Bro, buda niaje. Tuende hivi kidogo na nikusho mahali tunaenda tunarudi tu saizi. You find yourself in Nakuru.
That has never happened to me.
You grew up in a time where people had, everything was scheduled.
Not really. There are people I heard who would disappear for that length of time you've mentioned.
Yes.
But not within the circles of friends that I had. My friends could disappear for a day or two, maximum. And the disappearance, it was actually known. We actually knew exactly where they were.
Exactly where they were.
Yes, and they had not even left Mombasa. So it was not as though...
They were just in town.
They were just in town.
Bro, hii generation yetu, na hizi zingine zinafuata, we live in dangerous times.
I started encountering that issue of people disappearing for a week when I used to work for the Kenya Medical Research Institute.
Right.
The program I was working in used to pay gratuity.
Okay.
On 2 or 3 occasions.
Yes.
I'm saying 2 or 3 because I wasn't sure the 2 or 3 times.
Yes.
I had a situation where a lady comes to the office on a Monday and she has not seen the husband for something like 4 days. And so I say, just hold on, call somebody and say, could you give this lady some tea? Call so and so, so and so and so and so. Those are the known friends. Where is this person? You could see when people are being defensive, because they know exactly where their friend is, but they don't really want to tell you. And they probably know their friend's wife has come, so they've disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, because they don't answer a question.
Right.
I remember there was one story I was told of some fellows who got their money. The money came in on a Thursday, okay?
Okay.
That Friday, just what you're saying, they were having a drink.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
They didn't come to work. They were having a drink. Then one of them says, "Why? They're in Migori.
Yeah.
Why don't we just go to Siaya town? Migori is not around the corner from Siaya."
Okay. Give us a rough estimate. How many hours would it take for me to get from
Kisumu to Migori is 2 hours if you're driving on your own vehicle.
Yeah.
If you're on a bus, it may take you 3 hours.
Okay.
If you get to Siaya, another hour. So that's a 4-hour journey. But now, when I was told the story, they didn't go directly to Siaya. Since it was a Friday, they stopped in Kisumu. There wakajivinjari, then went to Siaya the following day, which is a Saturday. Yes, exactly. Right? So now, as the story went, part of the reason why they had not come back in a while, there are some individuals who actually helped them finish their money.
Oh.
And even and drugged them. I think something similar.
Yeah.
But the idiots had traveled with their work gadgets.
Their laptops, their phones. Hizo zilienda.
How I got to know the story was because now it was being explained to me. Why, one, they were absent, and two, they actually were taken to hospital.
Yeah, of course. Once you're okay, mchele, you have to get treated.
They were taken to hospital. And now, some reports were expected and the reports were not arriving. So that's when somebody brave enough told me this is what happened.
And they explained the story.
Yes, I kept a very stern face. As soon as I left, man, I laughed.
You burst into
laughter.
Yeah, we are now getting to that season. Kuna watu hapa kwa ofisi, just keep an eye on them. Ukiona mtu especially on Mondays hakuji kazini, just know huyo mtu ako either Naivasha, Nakuru, ama anakula hepi hapa Machakos people's whatever park, amelala huko, ameibua kila kitu including simu. We're getting to that season. It is the 22nd day of October 2025. What is significant about this day? Well, in 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis reached a critical point. President John F. Kennedy announced that the U.S. spy planes had discovered Soviet missile sites in Cuba, leading to a U.S. naval blockade to prevent further weapons from entering the island nation. Also, in 1978, John Paul II was inaugurated as the Pope after being elected in mid-October. Yeah. The Cuban Missile Crisis. Soviet missiles had been stationed somewhere in Cuba, just waiting to be, fired into the United States of America.
That's what they said. I don't think the Soviets were going to fire anything into America because they knew very well that would escalate a war. Because we already have nuclear weapons by then. Nobody wanted that war. Nobody wants that war.
Yeah.
Even those who have the nuclear weapons don't want the war. Nobody wants it.
Nowadays, they don't even need to station missiles anywhere. They can just fire them from their own country.
Yes.
Yeah. They are called intercontinental ballistic missiles.
That is correct.
They actually fire into space and then they drop into the desired location on any continent whatsoever. They can actually circle the earth every 90 minutes as they just wait to be instructed where to land. And that's crazy. That's actually very scary to think of it that way.
What I find interesting about these competitions, it all revolves around ego. Someone trying to show the other that they have bigger muscles than them. And when you look at the budget that some of these developed countries are considered to be big economies, the amount of money they spend on the so-called defense, can you imagine what that could do to the poor in their country? Because they all have poor people.
Yeah, every country has poor people, apart from countries like Liechtenstein, Monaco, and a country like Switzerland.
And even the Nordic countries, they don't really have poor people.
Yes, they don't.
They are there, but they are not poor.
What you consider poor there is actually a very good lifestyle here.
Super, in fact. But here somebody will think they are rich.
Exactly.
Yes, because when somebody buys a car in this country, it is assumed you are rich. That's why you have a car.
Saizo uko na malone chungu mzima zinakufuata.
Bro, you can't even think.
Yeah, so you were saying that if they divert that money to development in their own countries.
It's this ego where we need to show that we are bigger, better, stronger. And there are people who keep proliferating this particular narrative. And the problem with that narrative is what got us to was they were Europeans fighting each other, to be honest.
Yeah.
They pulled the rest of us into it. And I mean the rest of us literally pulled the rest of us into it. But we thank them for it in this sense. If our soldiers had never, or our citizens had never been to the First World War, as we called it, or the Second, they would never have gotten the understanding that they did of their colonialists. They realized these people die like us. These people are afraid like us.
Yes.
These people are like us.
They actually bleed.
Like us. They figured, no. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever why these people should be sitting on us the way they're sitting on us.
So they stopped being gods. They became
regular human beings.
Then we started our revolutions.
That was a starting point. It was a spark. People figured, and they were saying, guys, they're not superhuman. They're just like us.
Hata kama wametoka, si ndio kunoma sana.
Bro, pale kwanza kuna umaskini. And at that point in time, we were still very traditional. So even in a traditional African society, we didn't have extreme poverty.
Yeah.
The community wouldn't allow for it. That's the whole point. Yes. You were assisted. There was a way in which people came to your aid, you were assisted. So that extremity of poverty, where you could languish in poverty, while others just sort of like observe this strife, stricken position you're in.
Yeah.
That didn't actually exist.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the Cuban crisis, the Caribbean crisis, the Cuban Missile Crisis, they called it, USSR and America were involved in a pissing contest. Yes. Yeah. To see who had bigger cojones than the other.
And did they find out who had the bigger ones? Or they discovered they both have the same size?
You know, what I think happened over time, this is what they realized. You see, you know, the presidents or the leaders of both countries were playing to the gallery.
Yeah.
Because there's a support base, your people who need, remember there's a narrative that is spread.
Okay.
These people are like this, they are like this. In fact, they have horns, you just don't see them. The horns come out at night. The other ones, those guys, you know how the tail usually is at the behind. These guys, their tails are on the neck. People believed bizarre stories about each other and what would happen. Yes. How do you maintain the tempo of the sort of enmity that existed between these two countries? Or, for instance, in the in the USA, the narratives about China, about communism, and how bad it is, and it was akin to witchcraft. When John T.B. Okumu was here, we're discussing a book called The Crucible by Arthur Miller. What Arthur Miller sought to talk about was the McCarthy era of the 1950s, where a certain senator called McCarthy set up committees because he's the one who knew how to identify communists. It was a big thing, big in the negative sense of the word, to be a communist. And they hounded you and they put you in jail and they did all manner of things. It was akin to a town called Salem in Massachusetts. You know the town?
Massachusetts.
Huyo.
Yeah.
Where a story revolved, he explained it. But the theme around it was how young girls who got hysterical blamed others for practicing witchcraft. And at that time and point in time, if you were known to practice witchcraft, they burnt you at the stake. Burnt. Dead. Okay?
Yeah,
so we go through eras of that sort. In this country, what people seem to proliferate is a tribal issue about, you know, these people are like, then a litany of things which may not necessarily be true. You may have seen it exemplified in one person, but now it becomes a communal trait. And it isn't so. It's actually not true at all. All right? But the people who propagate these views the most tend to be politicians.
And they capitalize on it.
They do. They want to give the impression that certain people are the devil incarnate. And that they are people to be feared. Unfortunately, one Raila Odinga was one such person who was demonized in such a manner. Yeah. And it appears some people still want to propagate that very same narrative. The other narrative is the narrative of, say, development, where when certain people are in power, the development story of Kenya, you know, development is being taken from this place and taken there. If you understand how the budget process works, so what you'd be saying, money was allocated for a project in this place, and that money was diverted and taken to that place, which means it is not difficult to identify because it's a project.
Yes.
What was supposed to have been done here, and the projects that money went to there.
Yeah.
And then you have to look at a budget and ask, that project that you find, was it in the budget? If it was, then how can it be true that money was taken from that project and taken there? And by the way, that is not something that you can do easily.
Clearly.
But these are the narratives that human beings have. So you have to ask the question, what on earth do some people think they are going to achieve? Because somewhere along the line, people will find out that what you're saying is not true.
Let's just actually visit a situation that has unfolded in the last couple of hours, and that is the one of Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, who went ahead to celebrate what it seemed like was a celebration of the death of Raila Amolo Odinga.
Celebrating.
Yeah, he
not the life, the death.
The death. Sorry. Yes, the death. And he said in Kikuyu, because everyone was translating. So I am going to take all those translations and paraphrase them.
Yes.
So basically, kwa ufupi, what he said was that the death of Raila was a blessing to the mountain. And basically saying that the resources that had been directed towards the people of Luo Nyanza will now come back. And he went on to say, Mungu halali kayole, hali maharagwe. So basically, he was, even in very many words that we unfortunately cannot repeat here, he was happy that the late former Prime Minister had passed on.
I actually don't think he was happy, if you ask me. Not really. I think that was a man who was playing to the gallery.
Okay. Yeah, he was saying this at a funeral.
Yes.
In Nyeri, Kieni constituency.
And the person who first uttered those words, the immediate former deputy president.
Oh, he celebrated the death.
No, he didn't celebrate the death. But he is the one who spoke and stated categorically that money was being removed, which was supposed to be in the mountain region, and being given. Yes. It's a narrative that he began.
But how can, because I want to understand, from where I sit, budget is made in parliament.
It is.
Parliamentarians are the ones who decide, we need X in this area, because we have MPs from all over the country. So MPs will say, look, in my constituency in Wajir County, we need roads, for example, we need hospitals. And the committee sits down and says, okay, maybe we can allocate X amount of money to this particular cause. Wale wa Kitui wanasema the same thing, ama their own whatever, their own needs. Na wale wa Luo Nyanza wanasema the same. So how is it that the house that has got over 290 MPs can actually favor a certain area over the other, yet they all represent the country called Kenya? I don't think I would be comfortable in a house, and by house I mean parliament, whereby they have taken, they are considering other constituencies and not my constituency. So when he came out and said this, I was kind of asking, because I never heard what the former DP said. But for Mheshimiwa Mutahi Kahiga here, I was wondering, could it actually be true? Was development diverted from their area to a different area?
It makes sense if you specify what it is that had been budgeted for, because you can easily cross-check and
they
find
never
out.
got.
Yes, exactly. And then you also need to explain how it is that the monies that were allocated for that project then were committed to a certain project in that region that you speak of.
Right.
And you have to say what the project is, yes.
And unfortunately, they haven't really said what was meant for them that was diverted to another area, have they?
By the way, most people just listen to that and they believe it without. You think people cross-check when they hear narratives that seem to be true.
And you see, this is the problem with leadership. Because once you're in that very influential position, when you say something, people tend to believe you, because leaders are meant to be believed. Leaders actually are meant to be honest, not believed, but leaders are meant to be honest. Leaders are meant to represent the reality of things and the truth. So if I go back to my home, for example, I'm the leader of my house, and I tell my people that this and this and this is happening, imagine they will believe me, because my word is more or less trusted in that particular vicinity.
They would. You see, this is the problem with our politics sometimes, that you want to blame, you want to fabricate an issue literally from thin air and present it as the truth. But the reason why it holds water with that community is because you're building on a narrative that has been there for the longest time. That this individual, see, one of the things that was said about Raila Odinga was that if he becomes the president, people will lose their farms. I found that fantabulous. How exactly was he going to take the farms, and where was he going to take them? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
let's say he was able to, okay, this ability, how would he actually make it possible? People believed it without asking the simple question. Our farms are in this region. So you say take, and do what with the farms?
Another narrative I also heard is that if Raila becomes president, Wajaluo watatukojolea. I heard that.
Believe me.
Yes.
I'll tell you this though.
Yeah.
Had Raila become president, the celebration, it would have taken forms that you'd never seen in your life, but they'd be celebrating.
Yeah.
But the urinating on people, that one is a bit much.
No, actually, someone said, because he was saying that community is very arrogant. So he was saying that if these guys actually, get to have their man as the president, we will see a very long day. But anyway, at the end of the day, people will say whatever they will say, and you've said that he was playing to the gallery.
He was playing to the gallery. He knows full well what he's saying is not true. It's not that he doesn't know.
Why would he say that?
Because he is propagating a certain narrative. Remember, the narrative that built very many political careers in that part of the world was an anti-Raila narrative.
Raila phobia.
That is it.
And the crowds allowed him to continue.
The crowds allowed him to. When people are emotional,
this is one man.
Their intellect is not intact. Please remember that. Their emotions are the ones. And when you're emotional, all the old narratives that you've heard about this situation will come into play.
I have a feeling someone in that crowd must have been like, Adi? Because I don't see how more than 20, 30, probably even 40, 50, 100 people can be there listening to one man spew that kind of hatred and then just be like, okay. I don't see. Maybe they might have been afraid to speak up, but I hope a leader in that community or vicinity stood up and actually cancelled that guy and said no.
Oh, believe me, if that hasn't happened, there are people from that community who are going to stand up and say no, that one is nonsense. Oh, they will. Look,
wamwambie tu
bro, that one tafadhali if you want to campaign, just campaign
we understand you had differences with the man. It's okay, it's fine, we have differences, but that other part of thanking God about it and saying God doesn't sleep in Kayole. So you're trying to say that people of Kayole also don't have God with them, Mama? What are we saying?
People say crazy things when they want to align themselves to what they think is a popular sentiment among their people. And they will not be saying things they believe. They will be saying things that they know people want to hear. Okay. And in this case, this fellow may have hit the wrong note.
I'd actually like to see him in an interview, if he can also come here to Radio Generation and probably just explain himself. Sometimes it's good just to give someone the opportunity.
I agree with you completely. Let him come and let him explain.
Mtu aseme, look here city, this is what I meant.
Mimi sikusema hiyo.
In Kikuyu it came out wrongly, but let me say it in Swahili so that you can understand. Perhaps, maybe. Anyway, big shout out to one Ricardo Mariera. Good morning, kings and queens. 1991, the West won. Now the East is winning. Kitengela iko locked. You're very right, Ricardo. And I like the fact that the East and the West are at it, because guess who's benefiting the most? Africa.
These fights that people speak of,
yes,
they're actually false. Because even at the height of these disagreements between supposed Russia and the US, they were trading.
And they're still trading even now.
Yes, it's now in the open.
Yes. Do you know yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before, America and Australia have signed some kind of pact to help them economically and somehow beat China. And the funny thing is, China is Australia's biggest market.
Trading partner, yes, they are.
Yeah.
So your story.
Everything that is made in China.
And Australia is nearer to China than it is the US.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everything they're making in Australia, about 80% is actually exported to China. But they have partnered with the US to ensure that whatever it is that they're working on does. Anyway, what I'm saying is good for us. What a blessed morning today, Team CT and Movie. Mbarikiwe sana. Robert, thank you very much. Before we get into the website, let me just tell you, there's a story I've seen here of the widow of Fidel Odinga. I don't know if you've come across it, Nani City. So for a very long time, people are asking, where is...
You know, I rely on you to tell me what's happening on social media. Because you live there.
Just sani kwambie. So she's... sorry. You remember Luam Bekele? Bibi ye mwenda zake.
Mkewe.
Nimezoea kusema bibi. But yeah, mkewe. Mkewe mwenda zake. So they're saying Luam Gatechu Bekele has resurfaced and is trying to get her hands on his money from the bank, claiming to be the sole proprietor of her late husband's assets. Buana, it's been how long since Fidel passed on? I think it's 10 years now, right?
Is that the whole story?
Of course, if you dig deeper, you'll get to understand. You probably get to the meat of the matter. But I'm like 10 years later, Bana. It's almost a decade. You're still fighting, or rather, still, fuatiliaing your husband's assets. Queen, how difficult is it just to be told? So this is what your husband owned. Hapa kona kikombe ilikuanga ya 1 million, simu yake ndio hii ilikuanga ya 30 million, nyumba ndio hii 150 million. Shika.
What we're discussing are the intrigues that happen in families when somebody passes away.
Yes.
The truth of the matter is we don't really know, do we?
We don't really know.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
And what is reported, I'm not even sure what part of the entire saga it represents. It's this is where you hear me saying on such matters, I am loath to actually comment for the simple reason that I don't have all the facts. Everything around that story I do not know about. So I say I have heard, and that's as much as I will say. I've done what? I have heard.
You have heard.
Yes.
Good. If you get onto radiogeneration.co.ke, you will see a couple of stories there. For instance, you will see the Kasarani victims who died from gunshot wounds. Autopsies have confirmed, published by Rose Achieng a couple of minutes ago. The story we've just mentioned of Governor Mutahi Kahiga, who's facing backlash over remarks on Raila's death. Also, you will find it on radiogeneration.co.ke. Then we also have this one about presidential candidate Kigame and the Kenya Human Rights Commission, who've moved to court to challenge controversial cybercrime law. The Kenya Human Rights Commission and presidential hopeful Ruben Kigame have filed a petition challenging the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2024, saying it gives the state sweeping powers to monitor, silence, and endanger citizens who criticize the government. President William Ruto signed the law on October 15th, 2025, despite mounting fears it could deepen state repression. So you can check out this story on the website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. And we shall be discussing it here in a couple of, maybe in an hour or two, with one of our very esteemed guests who's going to be joining us today for a conversation. Also, tuko na story hapa ya Ruto congratulates Japan's new Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. President was in Japan a few weeks ago.
First female Prime Minister in Japan. First ever.
Nice.
And she's a conservative.
Yeah.
A great admirer of Margaret Thatcher's. Yes. It is said that she is likely to take the country back to the Abe way of doing things. You see, one of the things that is claimed is that Japan, the growth has slowed down. And she is of the view that this is something that should be, because
accelerate.
So she's being watched. First ever Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Yes.
Japan politics is usually very quiet.
It is quiet until it erupts.
Yeah. They have an emperor we rarely talk about.
Yes.
And like other European countries but other countries also, like European countries that have monarchies that we never talk about or are never out there, they don't erupt. We have the Netherlands, they have a king. We have country najita nini, Monaco, they have a prince. And we also do have Spain. We never get to talk about King Felipe. Another country that also we don't get to talk about is Liechtenstein.
Denmark also has.
Denmark. We never get to talk about.
Sweden also has.
Yeah.
These European countries have monarchs.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
But their role is ceremonial. Yeah. And the UN tends to adopt them to champion certain causes as well. Belgium also has a monarchy.
Belgium has a king.
They do.
King Philip, I think also.
I have no idea what his name is, but I do know that they do have a king. Yes.
They have monarchies. I'd actually forgotten. Norway has a king also.
As I said, those European countries have kings.
Yes. Na tumewasahau kabisa. Ni venye si ati tumewasahau. Ni venye pia wamejificha. But you know what? Interestingly enough, in the background, these people are working, they own companies, they are billionaires. Like the country I keep on mispronouncing, that is Liechtenstein. And I don't think one time I'll get it.
We know exactly. Yes. So that city state.
Yeah, that city state with a population of 40,000.
Thereabouts, yes.
Yeah, 40,000 individuals. Their king is worth over $7 billion.
Remember, the kings owned everything. Okay? Every what?
Thing, including the country.
It's the country I was referring to.
Yeah.
And in most kingdoms, the monarchy
is a subject.
Precisely. With zero freedoms. Well, next to zero freedoms. And then if it's a feudal system, then you had lords. You worked on the field of the lord, and whatever you worked on and produced wasn't really yours as such, it was his, and he allowed you to keep some. In progressive nations, what the Lord did was just take a portion of what you produced. Okay? By the time the English were coming up with the Magna Carta, talk about rights.
The one that the Pope destroyed, I think, 4 times.
Remember, the papal states were also a state.
Exactly.
And the Pope was also king of his state.
Of those kings.
Yes. But his kingdom was bigger because priests who subscribed to the Roman Catholic faith of Christianity there's a branch called the Jesuits.
Yes.
They were the ones who were the tutors of the children of the monarchs. So the rule of the Pope was extensive and absolute. Okay?
Yep.
What the Pope said, you went by. And that's why there's a gentleman in England, Henry VIII. He liked the idea of marrying more than one wife. The Pope told him, nothing doing, brother. Okay?
Bro, itabidi umebaki na ule mmoja.
One, he figured, what do you mean? Pope's a human being like me. See, I just started my own church.
Hence the Church of England.
Yeah. Said, where? Kana hiyo yako.
Mimi nataka Kenya nataka.
Niko na yangu.
After all, I'm the king.
Bloody hell, I mean, this my own country. What do you mean? Kwa ufupi, the reason why they sought to move away from that particular form of government was, but it was like a chain around your neck, and it just kept tightening and tightening and tightening. They realized, no, this isn't working. The process of getting to that democracy, people died, chief.
Yeah, they did. I remember there was a Danish king, Danish here meaning Denmark. There's a Danish king who actually at one point went to the Pope to borrow troops so that he may defeat his enemies. They were Vikings. And he went to the Pope and told him, look, bro, I need, number one, I need troops. Number two, I will give you X amount of money for those troops. And the Pope was like, on one condition, you have got to convert to Christianity. Hence, he was baptized a Christian. The Pope gave him his army, and he defeated his enemies.
If you look at the Nordic countries, my friend, we'll talk about the war in Europe, continental Europe. Wow. Those fellows used to fight each other at the drop of a hat. Europe was a war zone, not for decades, for centuries. Those guys used to fight each other and, of course, kill each other.
Yeah, of course. You're not fighting by slapping each other. You're actually stabbing
or
and
beheading, and beheading people, etc.
Yeah.
So that was their custom.
Right.
Yes, until they figured, we're not really helping ourselves very much with this thing, are we?
We need to figure something out.
We need to find a way of working better. So, and that's why when people like Garibaldi in Italy and Otto von Bismarck, they realize this one, you got to knock people's heads together. They didn't unify those countries by having a picnic and having a chit-chat and singing Kumbaya. No. They knocked heads, which meant people died. And then they said, okay.
That's it.
Okay,
calm down.
Right, okay, we will listen to you.
Hence, here we are. Here we are. It's time for us to check out the roads of Nairobi. Let's find out if you're stuck or going to get stuck in a moment.
Traffic.
Pangani pale, coming down from Survey, a lot of traffic there. You are bumper to bumper, not moving at all. I do not know what other option they will. They might need to like create a separate road on this particular road. Maybe some kind of expressway above that specific stretch. Something needs to happen because this is really sad. People are usually stuck there for hours. I don't get. Then we also have another problem along Jogo Road. Hapa ni hiyo stretch ya Makadara. But you're moving nonetheless, heading towards town. Opposite side of the road, everything is A-okay. Manyanja Road, as you're joining Outer Ring Road, bumper to Kwanza, this one is thick red, it's maroon. That means that you're probably going to be stuck there for a very long minute. Then Ngong Road, not Ngong Road, but the rest of Outer Ring Road looking good. Embakasi, Palivo, what's the name of this place? Airport North Road, sorry. Yeah, there it's bumper to bumper this particular minute. So if you're heading towards Southfield Mall, yeah, you're not moving at all. Hey, nimenyongwa na nini? And then we also have Old Mombasa Road as you're joining, that is at the Cabanas roundabout as you're joining the Mombasa Road, also bumper to bumper ish. But the rest of the roads are looking good. Itabidi meanza kuamka mapema wase. Let me pinch out and go towards Mombasa and see what's happening here. Mombasa hamna shida yoyote, nyinyi mnasonga vyema. Naona watu wa pale hapa panajulikanaje hapa. Hey, barabara nakwambia hizi barabara zenu za Mombasa zinakaa vizuri. Hamna stress yote. You guys actually all your roads are looking fantastic at this particular hour.
For now, yes.
For now, eh? Yeah, but from the look of things, they might be like this for a very long time. Yeah, Mombasa is a beautiful place. We should be going there one of these fine days. Perhaps nongea na mdosi tuwatembele. Au sio?
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So what did Raila say exactly? This is a question that is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Orange Party split by wrangles on its 20th anniversary, and it's normal. Before I even read this story, it's very normal. You know, before something great happens, you have to fight. Lazima mulumbane, lazima mpendane, lazima mkosoane. Eventually, you will agree on a way forward. And perhaps that is how great moments such as this make great people. So we have here ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna. Raila said, as a party, we must prepare ourselves for the 2027 general election. Those spreading other narratives here, Raila has previously asked them, who has told you? We will follow the last standing instruction of Raila. We have Siaya Governor James Orengo. I am one of the people who believe we must keep ODM. President Ruto, let us not kill parties. Political parties are the foundation of democracy. Then we have Kisii Governor Simba Arati. I want to assure ODM members the party is going nowhere. We have just started the struggle and we must win the presidential election. On the other side of the divide, there are those who have a different opinion. For instance, we have Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga, saying the last instruction he left us with, and I remember him speaking at the burial of Dr. Phoebe Asio, he said he made a clear decision to work with you, that is Ruto. That is the last standing instruction that Baba gave to us. Minority Leader Junet Mohammed, Raila told us to remain in the broad-based government. It is on record. ODM will either form the government or be part of the government. That is Junet Mohammed. Then we have Treasury CS John Mbadi. Raila showed us before he died that he wanted us to be in government. As a party, we will be in the broad-based government. All right, so that's on the front page of the Daily Nation. We also have storm over laws Ruto signed on Dark Wednesday. Former Chief Justice David Maraga, of course, right here criticizing that whole process. And then we have on the back page of the Daily Nation, see Miu back from self-exile and vows to punish opponents. This is an athlete who vowed to never run for Kenya in 2024, but will compete in Eldoret on Saturday. All right. What's on your neck of the woods, bro?
Well, the Standard have outdone themselves here because the headlines is out with freedoms. And then they outline the Cyber Crimes Act and the implications. And they list them 1 up to 5. and they go into the details. In fact, they go even further, because when you look at the details of what those bills are on page 2, no, not on page 2, on on subsequent pages, you will find that they're actually trying to explain this. Now, this is a discussion that I find is interesting. However, I would like to urge fellow citizens, whenever you have these matters of the bills, Parliament has a website. Go to that website and look for these bills and take a little time and read them for yourself. Because it's in plain English, so that you can actually understand what it is. If there are nuances, understand them. Because it is good to have people talk about them and also interpret them for you. Read it so that you understand it yourself. It's important. So that whenever the discussion is had, if you are participating in the discussion, you are participating from a point of view of what? Information. You are informed. It's absolutely necessary. 8 bills are many. Remember, we had this discussion here with Fanya Mambo and Maliba, and I kept asking, did Parliament not pass these bills? They were at pains to try and sort of like suggest Parliament didn't. Parliament did. And the passing of a bill has processes. So my question was, why did Parliament pass them? The President can't assent to a bill unless Parliament has passed it. So I take it back. The so-called story of the capture of Parliament, put that aside.
But how can we put it aside? Yet it is one of those nuanced conversations.
The reason why I'm putting it aside is because this is how we run away from the responsibility of what it is that we as a citizenry have as the tasks that are our responsibility. That's what we're doing. We are pushing the blame. We're looking for someone to push the blame. Because when we talk of Parliament, this is a narrative which I like. We need to hold Parliament to account, because Parliament is supposed to check the executive, who checks Parliament.
But let me ask you something, CT. If that is the case, of which, okay, the president assents to these bills after they have reached him, but also the president has got his own mind and he can actually reject these bills.
Why should he reject bills that we are told emanated from the cabinet?
Because he can look at a bill and say that this one,
Chief, the reason those who set up this idea of parliaments and the idea of people's representatives understood the executive would like to have full control. That's what they all tend to do.
And that's why I'm saying that perhaps there is a reason that there is this narrative that Parliament has been captured. And that it has been captured. Look, because this bill's fine, drafted by cabinet members, then given to the leader of majority, who presents it to Parliament. Then Parliament does whatever it is that they do. They debate, deliberate, they take it for second reading, first one, Mara, there is public participation. Then eventually this thing gets back to Parliament. Then now they say that this is the final thing, we're good to go. Then they present it to the president and the president signs. Now, from the point in cabinet it was drafted and no one said there's a problem with it. Then it came to Parliament. Parliament, after debating it and after putting it through public participation, they say that there's nothing wrong with it. Then it gets to the president and the president is supposed to sign it into law. Clearly, we have 3 institutions here that did not, either they were in collusion, and they say that this thing will pass whether we like it or not, whether they like it, and by they I mean us Kenyans, whether they like it or not, ikitutapita. Ni kumaanisha someone, if not all of them, have been compromised. Because why are we having a debate over these bills? And guess who's complaining about the bills? We have someone in the status of former CJ Maraga. This is someone who understands law, has been practicing law for decades. So by the time anakuja kusema wasema kuna shida, boss kuna shida.
Why did he not tell us about those bills long before they were signed? They've been in existence before they were signed. My point is the framing of this particular statement that Parliament has been captured. No. Parliamentarians have allowed themselves to be captured.
Yes.
They are willing participants.
So we agree there is capturing somewhere.
There is, but not the way it is being said. It is spoken of as though it is something that is forced on you. They willingly, if indeed it is true that they are bribed, then they have accepted to be bribed, Chief.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm taking this discussion further. This lame duck position and this woe betide me, oh, I am helpless. The Constitution 2010 gives us powers. All these people who are shouting know about this process of parliament. Why did they not raise the red flag earlier before this thing got to where it is? Why?
Now that I agree with you. That I definitely agree with you. And especially for someone in the position of a presidential candidate.
Yes.
This is something that should have been of interest to him while it was being debated.
Yes. Guys, there's this thing which is being discussed. It has the potential of being this, because the potential that we are speaking of as a reality now was always there. This is what is happening, guys. This is what is happening. And of all these presidential candidates, which one of them has a watchdog committee that looks at some of the things that may harm the citizenry? Why are they waiting once a stable door has been opened and the horse has bolted? They say, oh, the horse has bolted. We can also see the horse has bolted.
Actually, I believe they're either holding a press brief. Was it? They held a press briefing yesterday. It was CJ Maraga, Senator Omtata, and Ruben Kigame, also another presidential candidate. Yeah, and they said what they said. Let me just read kidogo what perhaps they said. Yeah, this is on page. Page 6. This is page 6. This is page 6 of the Daily Nation. So they're saying that former Chief Justice David Maraga has criticized President William Ruto for assenting to 8 controversial bills last week, accusing him of betraying the Constitution and eroding Kenya's sovereignty through what he termed as draconian and unconstitutional laws. So he's quoted here. Fellow Kenyans, at exactly the same time that the nation was grappling with the news of the demise of our Right Honorable Raila Odinga, President Ruto was in State House signing a law, not 1 but 8 bills, some of which are quite draconian. What a shame that the president can be doing this, said Maraga during a press conference in Nairobi. The former Chief Justice listed the laws as the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act, the Privatization Act, the Land Act, the National Land Commission Act, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act, the National Police Service Act, the Air Passenger Service Charge Act, and the Virtual Assets Service Providers Act. So anyway, this story is on page 6. I agree with CT when he asks walikuanga wapi when this, because the bill goes through a process.
And it is on the website. If it isn't, they should have said, guys, these bills we hear of, they're not on the website.
As it was, we didn't hear of any public participation.
Website, we couldn't participate, blah, blah, blah. So, why, see, my beef, and on this one, you'll hear me speaking with a raised voice. Why are they telling us these things when the horse has bolted?
You said raised voice. I remember that skit by Njugush. Anyway, that's a story for another day.
I mean, why? Why are they telling us this now?
Yeah.
The opportunity to ensure that this doesn't happen was there. It has happened. If somebody were to argue that these people are fermenting revolt, they are allowing things to boil to a certain point, then they talk about it. It was preventable. We could have petitioned the members of parliament and said, don't pass this thing until we are clear about this point and this point and this point. We want to know about this point, and this point. They didn't do that. That is what oversight is about. And you are a candidate. And then you're thinking, we are going to vote for you. This thing which you're now telling us is so important to us. It's fundamental to our life. You let it come into being, then you're telling us about it when we can all see it has come into being.
And I'm really not, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an MP, but from what I have heard, and you see now this is the problem when everyone is saying everything about this bill. I know we will get an expert, producer atulete expert hapa tuambie exactly, someone to interpret the laws for us basically, but this is what is in the interwebs. So apparently you can be arrested without cause over something that you post, and this is on the Cybercrime Act. That you can be, and guys, I'm actually putting a disclaimer that I could be wrong on this interpretation. That apparently you could get arrested.
Let me read it for you.
Yes.
It criminalizes publishing false digital information.
Chukua your microphone.
Thank you very much. See, I told you this is the habit I have.
I know.
I'm talking to myself.
Nimekuzoea city.
Asante bro. Publishing false digital information and the threat of up to 3 years imprisonment or a fine of 5 million shillings. Okay? Then there's a vague definition of cyber harassment. This is according to the standard, okay? It targets activists and opposition figures handing them a term of again 5 years. This time it's not 5 billion, it's 10 million. All right? Then state agencies can block websites or outline content without court approval, enabling shutdowns of critical media and voice of dissent. These things were not there before this bill was passed. You see, this is my problem. All these things, this is part of the content of what was being discussed. Now, Kenyans in true form, no, you know, when these things were being discussed, some of these things were added later. There'll be a story around it.
So there's a comment here by one Sokoine Olepunda. Anasema, I can understand CT not knowing that Omtata has been talking about this bill, but Mbuvi, being a permanent resident of social media, should know better. Well, Sokoine Olepunda, thank you for that. I might be a permanent resident of social media, to be honest, which I am not, but let's just go with that assumption that I'm a permanent resident. But I do not follow Omtata, unfortunately. And number two, I might be online, but all I am watching is nothing to do with Kenyan laws and Kenyan constitution. However, that's not an excuse. What I'm saying is perhaps the noise wasn't loud enough.
No, what Olapundan, I would like him to actually specify and say what has Omtata been talking about, specifically with regards to these laws, these draconian laws that we are saying have been passed.
Pwani Economic Revolution says, if the citizens showed the same enthusiasm of storming State House to storm parliamentarians' abodes, MPs would cease to be captured by the executive. Yeah. But it's true. Someone actually said that we should invade the houses.
No, the problem is when you invade, there'll be arsonists. There'll be fellows whose intent is to burn those houses and
loot.
Yes, and loot. So no.
Kuna mtu atakuwa anaenda kuchoma Mercedes ya mheshimiwa.
Akona kisasi na huyo jamaa. Sasa yeye ameona hiyo opportunity.
Yeah. But jokes aside, you know, and Sokoine Olepunda, thank you for that. However, I am also using the same avenue that you've used. Why is it that we have so many activists here? They are very active during maandamano. They will even give us a plan of tuanzie hapa, tupatane hapa, tuende pale, tuingilie hapa, alafu tukutane mahali fulani.
Yes.
And they even tell us it will be on this date and this other date, and also the next date we shall do this. They even make posters, and it's a good thing. But when now it comes to issues such as this,
our lives are concerned here.
To be honest, and I am not saying that I am ignorant, but to be honest, I think they should have done a better job. I think they should do a better job.
Paul, all these politicians who are supposed to be in the so-called united opposition, where have they been?
We have Kalonzo. We have not Kijana Wamalwa, but Eugene Wamalwa. We have
Eugene Wamalwa will be coming here later on. We'll ask him.
Yeah. We have Martha Karua. We have all these folks.
Why didn't they let us to these things?
And yesterday we asked Honorable Kaluma about that particular bill, and I asked him because some of the things that were circulating online, they were saying that, the government now will start spying on you. They can record your conversations. And I asked Mheshimiwa Kaluma, is that true? And he said, no, the government is not going to deliberately, spy on you. But he did allude to some level of, spying.
Let's quote him directly. He said,
yes,
if you are in the line of business like you gentlemen are in,
right,
the government knows what you say. They have an idea of what they know. Okay? It's not as though it's adverse. There's a law, and he quoted certain sections of our laws and says no, they can't. They have the information, but this is what they can't do with the information. Okay,
these are the limits. Of what they can do.
Yes. But gathering the information, having an understanding. Whenever you hear of someone dying and they want to ping the last point at which his phone was,
how do you think they do it?
Thank you, how do you think they do it?
Yeah. They have access to that information.
They do.
Yeah.
If they're looking for someone and they want to find out, for instance, someone steals your phone, how do you think they do it?
Right. Getting back to the question, we need to understand, first of all, the level of public participation this bill's got.
This participation is where I draw the line.
Because the fact that people are also coming out shocked, including former CJ Maraga. Even then they're like, hey guys, this thing was signed.
This is the problem. We are the ones who are allowed to be shocked, not you. You want to seek the seat of the highest position in the land. surely you must be surrounded. And the support base that the former Chief Justice has are young people. These are the people who live in cyberspace. Okay? You're telling me that they didn't pick this thing up?
Gen Z wako happy.
Let me ask you, if Maraga had shouted from the rooftops about this,
yes,
a month ago or a month before, when this was happening, he would have been saying, I have been telling you about this. A different conversation.
Yeah.
He would have come out smelling sweeter than roses.
True.
This is a man who was warning us and we're not listening. They said Omtata spoke about it. He tweeted about it. He did what about it? Look, these are not matters that if these people take the time to make certain bold announcements or call a press call, the press tends to go for these functions.
Honorable Kalum actually said something interesting that I've been knowing, but now that we're discussing this controversial bills, it comes to mind. He said that there's usually the bill is introduced, and then once it's introduced, there's a first reading.
Yes, that first reading is to announce, to tell you this is a law
that we need to introduce.
We are going to be talking about.
Yes. Then now the MPs are given time to go and read it. There's a second reading, I think.
Yes, mpaka reading tatu.
Then now the second reading is, have you guys understood any question as far as that is concerned? Okay. Let's do public participation. So public participation takes place. Then when it is done, it is brought back to the House, and then now a third reading is done, and then perhaps there are amendments to the...
It ended to committee that deals with these things, because these things are done at the committee.
Exactly.
Yes.
Then now...
It's brought back to Parliament to say, okay guys, this is what we have. Mko sawa na hii kitu? Tuko sawa na hii kitu.
Inapelekwa president anaambiwa, now bro, cheza kama wewe. So 3 times this thing was being debated on. Akimi nataka kuuliza na si kwa ubaya. The 3 gentlemen who called for the press conference, that is Honorable Maraga, Honorable Omtata, and Mheshimiwa Kigame, walikuwa wapi? Mimi nataka tu kujua. Na hiyo ni swali nauliza genuinely. Yes, na tuliambiwa methali wahenga walisema kuuliza si ujinga. I just need to understand. And I want us to move to be in a country where we can actually make sensible debates and talk about things that actually help us move forward. If they did say this at the top of mountains and we refuse to listen, then makosa kwetu. Yes, makosa itakuwa kwetu. Getting back to this story of what did Raila say? What do you make of this story? Because now we have three ODM members and very powerful members.
Let me tell you my point of view.
Yes.
It is clear that there are 3 perspectives, and the perspectives are all couched in what they understood Raila to have said. Okay? And each of them quotes an incident when Raila said something. Okay? Within what is being said, there's the understanding, again, of people who are confident with their positions and are saying things as they see it. But it also tells you their position with regards to what they think the handshake should mean or should not mean. Then there are those who believe that the handshake is one and only.
Right.
And that often speaks of the safety that they probably wish to ensure exists for the positions that they hold. But they're all saying it under this guise of this is what Raila said. Okay? Now there is the man Raila and who we knew him to be.
Yep.
That is in the public domain. So the public decides. What do you think Raila actually meant?
You know, I dare not compare Raila to Jesus Christ, but I feel like he has left us in a situation that Jesus Christ also left Christians in.
No, he did not. He said he was coming back.
Jesus Christ is coming back. Hiyo tumeshakubaliana. But hii ingine ya Raila kitu nasema ni, I think he left us with a parable. He left us with a parable such that we know what he said. We have seen videos of him saying things, and we also know what his lieutenants are saying. We're just not sure who is representing what he said, because we also as Kenyans have our own interpretation.
Yes, we do. But again,
of what Raila said.
You know, Paul, with everything that people say, you must contextualize it.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
There's a statement, since you mentioned Jesus at the cross. He said, it is said, he said, today you will be with me in
paradise.
Okay?
Yeah. He told the thief rather, was it the thief on his right or left?
Whether it was on the left or right.
Yes.
But depends on where the punctuation is. If he says, today, comma, you will be with me in paradise. I say, today, comma,
yes.
It means, leo. Nikienda paradise tuko na wewe. If there's no comma, and I said today, meaning nimesema leo ya kwamba utakuwa na mimi, lakini sikusema utakuwa na mimi leo.
Inaweza anza wakati wote.
Wote, yes, lakini naisema leo. So it depends on where the punctuation is.
Baba.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Council of Governors has condemned remarks made by Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, who appeared to gloat over the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who passed away on October 15th, 2025. In a statement, COG Chair Hamid Abdullahi distanced the council from Kahiga's sentiments. Abdullahi stressed that the comments were personal and did not represent the position of the COG. The COG chair revealed that the council had convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on the matter and issue further directive. A post-mortem report released by a human rights organization, Vocal Africa, has revealed that the 3 people who lost their lives during the public viewing of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga's body at Kasarani died from gunshot wounds. The findings were presented to their families on Monday. The deceased were identified as Vincent Otieno Ogutu from Umoja 3, Evans Onyango Kiche from Njiru, and Josfire Dida from Lakisama. The death occurred as mourners gathered to pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister.
Young adults, on 2 of them, I have found gunshot wounds, penetrating gunshot wounds to the head, with, of course, severe damage to the brain. On a 3rd victim of gunshots, it was penetrating through the chest and through the abdomen with attendant injuries to both the chest and abdominal organs.
Former Chief Justice David Maraga has questioned the constitutionality and legality of the recently enacted Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act and the Privatization Act. Maraga warned that the 2 laws could be used to stifle political dissent and public protest, undermining democratic freedoms protected by the Constitution. He further cautioned that the Privatization Act grants the government sweeping powers to sell strategic national assets, a move he says could end up benefiting a few individuals.
The amendments to the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, in essence, seek to control and crush political dissent and protests in the guise of expanding protections from cyber criminals. If there are any allegations, if there are anybody who is aggrieved by misuse of the social media by people in the social media, the courts are there.
A section of Trans Nzoia elders have petitioned the government of ancestral land ownership tussle dating back to the colonial era. The more than 400 elders camped outside the Kitale Law Courts awaiting a ruling on whether the court will grant them the 300-acre piece of land.
Wase tumeandamana nao ni wale walikuweko 1924 kabla wazungu kuingia, na hata wengine wazungu wawacha wakiwa bado wachaka wote. Tuko na wazee zaidi ya 400 kutoka kwa 21 ya maskwata wa Trans Nzoia. Tuko na kongamano, tumelala katika vyumba tofauti tofauti hapa mchini Kitale. Leo tunakesha pamoja na mawakili zetu, tunangoja kuanza vikao vyetu vya mahakama. Wananchi zaidi ya 30,000 watahudhuria hiyo vikao.
Israel has received 2 bodies that Hamas says are 2 more deceased hostages who had been held in Gaza. The Israeli military said 2 coffins were handed over to the troops in the Palestinian territory by the Red Cross, which had earlier received them from Hamas. The IDF said the coffins, which were escorted by the military, had crossed into Israel and will be taken to be formally identified in Tel Aviv. Confirmation of their identities will mean that Hamas has transferred 15 out of 28 deceased Israeli hostages under the first phase of U.S. brokered ceasefire deal earlier this month. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Radio Generation, 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you and welcome back. 88.8 FM it is in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. rgk.co.ke across the interwebs. And you can find us actually at Radio Generation KE on X. That's Instagram as well and LinkedIn. In studio, we do have our guest for this particular hour. She is the Minnesota House of Representatives. She's a member, rather, of the Minnesota House of Representatives. I'm talking about none other than Honorable Huldah Momanyi. Huldah, a very good morning to you and welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much, my brother. It is good to be here. I am glad we were able to make this happen. And
Yes.
I'm excited about this segment and just connecting and talking about, the connections between the diaspora and Kenya.
Right.
Thank you.
When I found out that you were coming yesterday to the studio, I was just checking the webs just to find out a little bit more about you. But now that you're here, I think
Yes.
it's better to just ask you directly. You are a member of the House of Representatives.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
in Minnesota. So could you compare to what that position is here in Kenya?
It's hard to compare, right? Because U.S. politics, the structure of it is it's different from Kenya.
Right.
Here in Kenya, there's levels, right? You start with the chief, and then you go to MCA, and then you go all the way to Senate, and then I think MP,
There's
member of
governor,
parliament,
then there's
all of that.
president. Yes.
Exactly, right? But in the U.S., it's more centralized, right? So if we took away the federal piece of it and we look at it from the state level, I would be considered an MP, right?
Okay.
Because we have city council, we have school board, city council, then the state legislature, and then federal, and then presidency.
Wow.
So, but if you put it together, it's like comparing oranges and apples.
Yeah.
So it's a bit tricky to compare my role when it comes to the Kenyan
All right.
political side of it.
But you are involved in legislation.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm a part of the Minnesota legislature. It's basically they have 2 chambers: the lower chamber, which is House of Representatives, and then the upper chamber, which is the Senate. And so every bill originates from the House and then goes to the Senate. We call them jackets, where it's the same bill on both chambers, and then once both chambers agree on the final bill, that's what gets to go to the governor's office, and that's what gets signed into law. Yeah.
All right, good stuff.
Yeah.
We were just having a conversation actually in the previous hour with CT, and one of the things that we're discussing was public participation. We feel like here in Kenya we don't do public participation as it is exposed in the Constitution. How does public participation happen in the US, specifically in Minnesota?
I think for the most part, just U.S. in general, I think it's something that most Americans take seriously. But sometimes you see that, especially in the last election, 22 million Americans did not vote, right? So public participation really comes down to the candidates' engagement with the constituency that they are connecting with.
Right.
And there's a lot of resources invested in educating the public about the process, because sometimes it can be complex, just understanding the process, because at the end of the day, it's not just the general election in the month of November. The whole entire process starts back in February, where, you know, you start with caucuses, where, you know, neighbors get together and they agree to be delegates. And then you go to your convention, the party convention, where now that's in around April, March, May, around there, where now you cast your vote for the endorsement of the party to whatever candidate of your choice.
Right.
And then from there you go to the primaries in around August, and then the final ballot in November. So public participation for us, it's really engaging the candidates, engaging the public, and then also, again, we are so invested in the average American understanding their rights to vote. And so there's a lot of organizations that come up that are there just to educate the public about, hey, it's your civic right to vote, to make your voice heard. And I think for me, the reason why I even got into politics is to, you know, make sure that our people, especially the African immigrants in our country, who, by the way, focuses on three things, right?
Right.
They focus on going to school, they focus on going to church, and then they focus on going to work on repeat, right? We've never realized that we also have a say in the policies that are being created.
Exactly.
And so I'm trying to tell our people that we need to have this mindset of we no longer are coming back to the African continent in the way we originally thought. Because most of us have prayed to God, get me there. Once I get there, I make my money, then I come back. My friend, we're not coming back, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We are having kids there. We are having, we're investing there. And some of us are being buried there, right? And so this whole idea of let's engage public in civic engagement has been a part of my biggest drive in terms of my political career so far.
Right.
Yeah.
And you mentioned policies and lawmaking.
Yes.
Do citizens participate in the laws and the policies that you actually make in the House and pass in the House?
Absolutely. Example.
How do
let
they
me
participate?
Yeah. Let me speak for myself. A lot of the laws or the bills that I authored about 27 bills. And
27.
Yes. There was about 4,000 bills that were introduced. Yes.
Hold on.
And out of that 4,000,
yeah,
about 100 made it to the floor per se, and then about 50 of them got passed. So all those 4,000, my friend, they're coming from somewhere, and they're coming from the people. And so my bills that I authored, were centered on talking to my constituency, really having them have a say in what I was authoring. Because they're my friends, you can't play with your constituency. They will make their voices heard. They will come and protest at your office. They will be very vocal about how you're representing them, and I think that's the beauty of the American political system, where the constituency has a say in what you do. Because if you don't, my friend, they're very active. They will make sure you do not get reelected again.
So these conversations, how exactly do you have them with the public? Do you do it online? Do they send emails to you? Do you go to town halls? How exactly do you engage them, just for them to understand, like, this is the bill I want to present, and this is the bill that we want to debate, probably pass?
All the above, right? My office, one of the things that I really wanted to do when I got elected is to be more accessible to my constituency. And so, we have a great marketing team. You assigned a marketing team, a communications team, a research team, all of this resources.
Please pause. You are assigned.
Yes.
Please just walk us through this. Who assigns you this team?
So the Minnesota legislator. It's how we are structured is really interesting because and again, this is my first time, right? So I'm still learning about what is what, how things work. But I've been drinking from a fire hose since I won, and so I feel like I still am.
That's a lot of water.
It is a lot of fire with water.
Yeah.
So we have how the Minnesota legislator is set up is that we have a partisan team, from communications to marketing to everything. And then we have a partisan team, a sub team that is now specifically for whatever party you align yourself with. So for me being a Democrat, we have the big team that is bipartisan. It works for both sides. And then when we really want to focus on certain topics that are specific to, my party or the values that we want to advance, then we have another sub team that is just specifically for the party.
So these teams work with the politicians.
Yes, it's yes.
It's it's the state of Minnesota pays these people.
Yes, they pay staff. They are part of your.
Meaning they are part of the administration, or are they part of the civil service? Or is it a unit that is specifically, whose existence is to serve the politicians within the state of Minnesota?
Exactly that. Their job is to make sure that we, as the legislator, the politicians,
yes,
have everything we need to be successful.
Okay.
Yes.
And then there's this other body that now serves. If you happen to be a Republican, there'll be a unit that works with you.
Yes, and they're all literally in the same space.
They're in that same.
It's basically a building and different levels.
Yes, but the Democrats have their
we
side.
have the whole entire level right now as it stands, and then the Republican has their level, their floor, right, and then in between is the bipartisan staff. And then within the different levels, we have now our groups of support teams.
So these are the people who help you with
everything.
Everything.
Yes. From drafting bills to making sure that the research on those bills are done. Because, for example, a constituency can reach out to me and say, "Hey, I want to do a plant-based meals for our schools because there's a lot of families that do not eat meat or whatever the case might be." Just that simple idea. They bring it to me. I take it to our research team. They do the whole entire mapping of what does this look like. Is money required for these bills? Because if money is required, then another team comes in and helps kind of put together what we call a fiscal note for that bill, if money is required to run that program. And then from there, we work with the bipartisan team now to see what if there's issues on the other side that we need to address before. By the time a bill comes to the floor, it has been vetted. Conversations have been had. Me as the person who's authoring that bill have had conversations with the other side to figure out whether or not I have enough votes. If I don't, what's the issue that somebody might have? If I just need 1 or 2 votes, I go to my friends on the other side and say, "Hey, my friend, come join me and sign up," because you have to get signatures for your bills before they're even introduced on the floor. It's not required, but the more signatures you have, the better. And the more bipartisan signatures you have, the high chance of you passing that bill on the floor eventually.
So it means that you, as a Democrat, will have to have conversations with your colleagues who are Republicans when it comes to passing a bill, because you need the numbers.
Yes or no? The reason why I say yes or no is because this year was very unique. I came into the legislature when the people of Minnesota voted an even house, meaning we had 67 Republicans and 67 Democrats. So that means the state of Minnesota was like, we are so sick and tired of this partisan politics. We are voting in an even a house where we now have to work, because in 2023 the Democrats controlled the whole entire legislative body, right? We had the governor, we had the House and the Senate, and then our Attorney General is a Democrat, so that we had it nice. So we were very comfortable. We passed very meaningful bills like family paid leave, which actually kicks off in January. Licenses
family paid leave.
Yes, where citizens can take time off to take care of their families.
And you're still paid.
And you're still paid. Oh yes. Driver's license for all. That was a big, very contagious, very politically charged bill where it doesn't matter the status of who you are. You can get a driver's license in the state of Minnesota. So the other side was saying that if we do that, people will use that to vote who are not eligible to vote. Anyways, but we passed it because we had what? The Democrats had majority. So the no part of it is that back then you don't need the other side. You can just say, all right, my people, what are we doing? My party, what are we doing? Are we doing this? Can I get all of you guys to support? Great. We passed some really strong, about 23 very strong bills that have been in gridlock for many years. Work has gone into it, but we haven't been able to because of the partisan politics. But this time around, because we're tied, now we have to work extra hard because now you have to make sure you have enough relationships, and it really comes down to relationships, right? Making sure you have strong relationships on the other side. Even one person, that's all you need.
Just one. And so it means that the citizens of Minnesota benefit from what you currently have.
Exactly.
Meaning by the time
people win.
Yes, by the time a bill is passed, it has been thoroughly
vetted.
Yes.
Because you'll have activists. If you for example, I was authoring a bill around the recycling. In my head I'm like, this is a great bill, environmentally friendly. My friend, these people came for me last minute and killed my bill just like that because I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't, I thought I had spoken with all of the key stakeholders, but advocacy groups came in and they were like, this bill is this, and I tried to work with them last minute, trying to change the wording of the bill. I worked with the chair of the main big committees. Akuna wapi.
Hulda, what made you get into politics?
I think for me, what did it was that I did a lot of community work, and I realized that sustainability of our community is rooted in clear, solid policies. And I realized our voices were not at the table. I didn't wake up one day and say, I want to be a politician. The first time I actually really got involved was when our brother Obama got into the scene in 2008, right? You remember that hype around him. And of course, he was Kenyan. So I said, hey, that's my cousin. I took pride in that, right? And so that's how I got involved. But how I finally got into where I am today is that I would apply for grants for... I was the president of one of the biggest Kenyan organizations in the Midwest in the U.S. And I realized as soon as that grant would run out, we would go back to square one. It wasn't addressing the root cause of what we were trying to do. Issues around housing, public safety, healthcare, education, you name it. And so one day we were at a gathering, and our current senator, we were petitioning her office and was completely ignoring us, right? And they were focused on their thing, their agenda. That's fine. And I remember walking up to her and I was like, hey, I'm a part of your constituency. A couple of community leaders have been coming to your office. We're not able to get a hold of you. And you know how when you feel dismissed, she took a card, reach out to my office. And I felt this is my friends. Hey, she stood up there, she made her announcement and she said, I am retiring, and basically on the same breath endorsed another person who was there. And as I looked back at the track record of how that the elected officials in our community have, it basically was like a handing down of baton. And I was like, this is not the democracy that I started, that I literally had to test out in order to become a citizen. This is not how democracy works. And I just said, somebody needs to run. And at that moment, I didn't think it was going to be me, but I just said somebody needs to run. And people were just chuckling and just thinking that, the senator has already endorsed the person who's going to be the next senator in our constituents. And I was like, no. And so I found myself at 3 o'clock in the morning, Googling under the covers, how to become a candidate. Because I was like, if they can't listen to me and we're not at the table, then somebody needs to do something about it. And so not a lot of people know that I ran for Senate in 2022. Okay. Not a lot of people. And this is a lesson learned. When you lose, my friends, nobody cares. Nobody cares that you exist. But when you win, my friends, you're everybody's best friend. Everybody knows who you are. So make sure you win. Right? And so that's how I got into it. And 2022's race allowed me to learn how to become a candidate. What matters? Because for me in 2022, I was focused on getting our people energized. Hey, there's this thing here. You people need to participate. Our people didn't show up. I invested a lot of money. I invested a lot of time.
When you say our people, you mean?
I'm talking about Kenyans. I'm talking about African immigrants
who actually can vote in this.
Who can actually vote and not even vote, by the way. That is even. I'm talking about even getting, because my district is a Democratic district. So whoever who wins the primary, whoever who wins the endorsement, mind you now, in around April when the party is endorsing the candidate, has a great shot of winning the whole entire thing, right?
Wow.
So I was thinking my people will show up and, cast their vote for me to be the DFL, the Democratic endorsed candidate. Nowhere to be found. People were busy at church. SDS people. They were staying at church. And I'm like, hey, we have a problem. But yet they would come to me and say, we need money for a church building. My friend, we have a long way to go. But eventually, I learned that, data is key. So in this time around in 2022, Mazaya focused on who actually votes in the primaries the last 5 years. And it was, a white people. It was Asian people. It was this other demographics and not the African immigrant community.
Wow.
We don't vote during the primaries. Somebody was calling me the day after the primary asking me, my sister, where are we voting? And I'm sitting here going, voting was yesterday. Why are you calling me? I'm not even on the ballot. Or people would call me in November asking me, Atimaze, I don't see your name on the ballot. Where are you? I'm like, my thing ended in August. Now you're asking me. Hey, the lessons I learned. but I think now that I've won, our people have woken up and realized it's possible.
Yeah.
And they have understood the process as well. So.
We're also facing our own version of voter apathy.
Yes.
And ours actually happens at the ballot on D-Day. People either don't, like in the last election, from the stats we're getting, about 8 million people never voted. Why? We might not know why. But there's a question I want to ask before we talk about the reason why you're in Kenya and the kinds of partnerships we're looking forward to. Voter bribery, people just campaigning and handing out cash to people so that they can gather crowds and probably just try and sway votes in their favor. Is that something that is experienced in the States?
No. And I said no because we have everything is regulated there. Even you people can't send me money to run my campaign. And there it's you're selling your policy, not trying to bribe somebody for their vote. Because if you do that, you will find yourself in jail. And so for us, it's about mobilizing around the idea of what do people want. And centralizing our campaign around that. And so, no, we don't have, there's cases where people have tried, and you've seen newspapers where people have literally gone to, for example, look at the French, what happened, the president.
President Sarkozy.
And so in the US, because it's so regulated and because every single money that you get to run your campaign is also accounted, every penny. There's a board we call a campaign finance board that regulates. For example, I had a friend of mine from Switzerland who sent me money. I had to send that money back. Because I couldn't accept it. Only a permanent resident and a U.S. citizen can give a candidate money. And so from that perspective, it forces candidates to be ethical in their dealings. And on top of that, too, you can't be pushing an agenda if you can't show a track record or if you can't back it up. Here, our politicians come here and they, speak their sweet words and flaunt their wealth and it's unfortunate. I'm at the point where I no longer blame the politicians, I blame the people. And I don't know if it's a lack of education, but I think we as the people have the right to elect these leaders. You talked about the other part of it. Oh my goodness, has gone over my head.
Well, I was asking about voter bribery and paying people to show up to your rallies and stuff like that.
You cannot do that. You absolutely cannot do that. People will show up because they are passionate about the candidate.
They'll show up because they're passionate about
the candidate. Hulda.
Yeah.
Like my rallies, my town halls, all of that, and also how you communicate with people. I was very intentional about getting the word out. Hey, we are going to do this town hall here. Show up and there people are engaged. They do understand, for the majority of the population, they do understand how, especially politics impact their lives, and people are very vocal about it. And also, when you have those public meetings, you'll also have opposition coming as well. It's everything there is public, so you cannot bribe anybody to come so that you can have a crowd. So that
Here in Kenya, you actually go for a rally, and people line up after the rally so that you can give them a handout. And if you don't, they either won't show up at the next rally or they'll rough you up.
And that's unfortunate.
Yes, it is.
That is very unfortunate.
But it isn't. There are exceptions. There are not many, but there are exceptions. There are people who've been elected and they are notorious, I'm using the word notorious deliberately, for not giving money. And they are known. There are those who've actually been voted several times, and yet people say this person doesn't give money. When
this person is stingy.
Yes, but when it is...
There's hope there. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
It comes down to the people.
Yes.
And also it comes down to our politicians, realizing that they're looking or they're seeking a seat to serve people. For me, I didn't get into it to gain authority. I went in there to serve people. And if our politicians can center their politics around people, they don't even need to bribe anybody. Poverty is what makes us, most of our people act the way they do, right? If you're so poor to the point where that 100 shilling or that 1,000 shilling, will feed your family, my friend, you will go line up. So there's we have a long way to go.
The fundamental issue, why what Paul is speaking of, has reached the epidemic status, or has acquired the epidemic status it has, is that people who aspire to political office actually fuel that thinking. They encourage it, and they participate actively in ensuring that it is entrenched. Because there was a time in our history, not very long ago, when the very same thing that you're talking about, people were elected because of what they represented and who they were, and what it is that people thought they could do. When people accept money as they do here, in essence, they've given up. They figured this fellow won't do anything.
So I might as well eat now.
I might as well take what this guy does, because it doesn't matter when this guy gets elected. People who are in the constituencies where their representatives don't give money, when asked, they say, but he doesn't really have to give us money, because what he's doing for us, we can see. So he doesn't have to give us money. It means people haven't actually lost hope completely. But because people have to, as you say, live and survive, right now we're in the throes of our elections, and one doesn't hear of people who claim to be in the opposition and those in government telling you with great clarity how it is they are going to ensure that the problems that bedevil the country will be resolved or solved. They make broad sweeping statements about what they want to do, scanty on the details. Yes, before you came in, we were discussing something regarding certain bills that were passed.
Yes.
And they're a big hoo-ha. My take on the matter was they should shut up, because the process that bills take before it actually gets to the president is long. Why did they not talk about these bills at that point? Why didn't we look at the details of the bill as a citizenry before it even got to the president? The noise that we're making now, why didn't we could have made it then, so that those who want to pass the bill would say, guys, we'd better not pass this bill as it is. We need to change certain things so that it's acceptable to the people. That didn't happen. So now, even as we speak and it has been signed, there's a reason why I have gone into that monologue, because I want to ask you this question.
Yes.
That was a background. What is it within the political landscape of Minnesota or the US that can get a politician jailed?
There's a few things.
Yes.
There that the systems are set up to the point where you know your boundaries. And the people are involved in the process. From the beginning root cause of the core essence of a bill to the point where it has been passed, to the point where it has been signed into law. This whole entire time, people are involved, right? And so for us, and then also you have the right to even, file lawsuits. if there's a bill that is going against the Constitution or the law, right? And so for us, I think everything is rooted in the systems that have been set up. Whether or not, don't get me wrong now, those institutions also are set up that disadvantage a lot of minority communities. And those are the systems that we as the minority communities are also fighting about, right? And so for me, the laws that are there, they're being followed. Right? I don't know about here. I try to understand, how does a bill come into law? My friend, I couldn't even keep track. And so when you talk about, we should have, public participation, we should, have our politicians, make noise before. Most of the time when I look at the bunge, half of the seats are empty. I literally was asking my friend, what do you people do all day? And then my friend told me, if it has nothing to do with my bill, why am I doing in parliament? I don't need to be there. And in my head, I'm like, but you were literally elected to serve and to vote on bills, right? So in my head, I'm like, if there's a bill that is being passed and half of the people are not there, who is voting for what? Because from my end, right, we vote for, and that's what I said, I don't just serve my constituency. I serve the whole entire state of Minnesota, because when I vote, my vote also counts for other bills that impact other parts of the state, right? And so here I am literally trying to figure out, how does even parliament work? How do bills are passed?
I hope you call out your
because
friend.
because our people, if they can't even communicate how even does the process work, how do you expect a common mwananchi who is trying to take their kid to school to even participate in the process of this bill by the time it gets to the president's desk? Yes, that process is long, but do the people actually know it? Do our politicians, our leaders, take the time to educate our people? Hey, this bill is coming. When was the last time our politicians came out there? Hey, I'm authoring this bill. Going back to their constituency and said, I'm authoring this bill. This is how this impacts you. What's your thought process on that? Is that conversation being happening? No. Me, I have to go back and say, this is the bill that I'm championing. Do you guys have any issues? This is my constituency that I'm asking as we go on throughout the process. I don't know if that happens here.
It does not happen at all. In fact, it leads now to the next question. When you look at the citizens of Minnesota, do they mirror or do they provide the image of a people who actually understand their constitution and their own individual rights within the constitution?
I would say for the most part, yes, but there's pockets who still don't. And there's factors that go into that. Especially the minority community there. People are busy trying to pay bills, right? And so they're not engaged politically as much as possible. And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to run, honestly, because I understood that, hey, these people have, for example, this past legislative cycle, it was our budget year. We balanced a budget of $66 billion, just the state of Minnesota alone, right? And
you balanced it.
We balanced it.
You managed
within. Let me tell you, this will shock you. Within 5 months and an extra special session, because we are a part-time legislator, meaning we are not year-round. We have a set within our Constitution of Minnesota, and each state has their own. There's some states that are full-time all year-round, and there's some states that even their legislators don't even get paid. Right? Each state, yes.
What do you mean don't get paid?
Don't get paid to legislate, my friend.
So
it's a volunteer.
You volunteer.
They serve because they want to serve, right? Even the state of Minnesota, honestly, I get paid pennies. So there's no money in politics, but there's influence. You use your influence to do what? To get money, right? And so politics there, and I think that's the essence. It's not perfect. We have our own issues. Don't get me wrong. We have serious issues. But the core center of it, because the money piece of it is taken out of the picture, right? You go in there wanting to serve people, right? We don't get paid enough to do what we do.
Okay.
And so we balance that budget within the time allowed, right? And because we didn't finish within the regular session, now the governor had to call a special session, which was, we had 24 hours to finalize all of the remaining bills that we had on the docket to make sure that we close out this biennium.
Okay.
And we did it within probably like 12 hours.
Wow.
And we were supposed to be there the whole entire 24 hours, sleeping at the camp, not even sleeping, walking if we needed to debate those bills.
You can't leave parliament, yeah. Yeah?
The states you speak of, New Mexico and New Hampshire, you reimburse travel probably $100. Just
Oh yes, there's the same who don't pay their legislators.
as we say in Kenya, Yamacho. Yes, but
What?
but payment as such, no. Why I asked the question
Yes.
of the understanding that the individual citizens have of their laws, does it reflect on how it is they participate? Because when you say that you had a group of activists who came, and one moment you had a bill, the next moment you didn't.
I didn't have a bill.
Yes, it means they were actually arguing, or they were basing their points on aspects of the legislature
And the law.
and the law and understanding.
Yeah.
That is what they
Oh, yes.
base their, yes.
So that's what I'm saying. By the time a bill gets to the floor to be debated, it has been vetted. Our legal team has looked at the legal ramification of that bill. Anything and everything. Even after that has happened, you can still have your bill be crushed when it goes to the conference committees. The conference committees is when the Senate and the House comes together and they now look at the bills that will eventually end up pass those bills through that conference committee to the governors. So by the time it gets into law, my friend, it has been turned upside down. Every aspect of that bill, the pros and the cons, has been vetted. How much money and where this money is coming from and how we are going to pay for this program, you name it, vetted.
As a percentage, what is the percentage of Africans in Minnesota?
I mean, Kenyans alone, we're about we are clocking close to 100,000 Kenyans, and mind you, now these are Kenyans are either and they're not. So every 10 years we do a census count, right? And sometimes our people don't even sign up, or they would sign up and they don't identify themselves a certain way. So that is a disadvantage because a lot of these bills are based on that data. A lot of how we assigned seats, especially in the congregational level, determines on the population of each state, right? And so for us, we have a large population of African immigrants in the state of Minnesota because, as Africans, when you go somewhere, you find something good, you call your brother, you call your sister, they follow you, right? We have a big population of Somalis. During the Civil War, the biggest state that accommodated Somali community was the state of Minnesota. So they have discovered the secrets of unity. My friend, hey, the Somali Americans have literally penetrated to the point where they have somebody in what, Congress?
Yes.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Yes.
Just like that. And then they have a Somali caucus that is strong. Hey, where they literally have a say. The politicians comes to them, to their community. The rest of us Africans, we're still trying to Kenyans.
Wait a moment, but
Kenyans,
I was of the view that the community will come from the Abagusi. Okay?
Abagusi.
Yes.
Ndio wamecha sana huko.
I was of the view because from what I have observed here in Kenya, they tend to work very well as a community. Okay.
I love my people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And
love my
I'm sure
people.
they love you.
They love, and don't get me wrong. Let me. So there's two sides to that coin, right? It says we are being real. What's the tagline here? Speaking truth and
Home of hard truths and bold insights.
exactly. Let's be hard truth and bold insights, right? Our people are very difficult. Me, honestly, it's because of them that I'm a politician. The things that the hell they took me through. Hey, my people, my Goosey people in Minnesota, I love you people. But my goodness, it's because of them now I have this thick skin.
So
They're also good too. They're also good because if you look at my donations, these people will not show up for anything.
But
when I told them I was running, 90% of my the first time I ran, I think I raised $72,000, and the majority, 90% of that, where did they come from? Is our people. So they are good, they are bad too.
it's a good thing. Now,
Yes.
I thought you were here on vacation, but you told me that you're here on a work trip. So kindly explain that.
So yes. Obviously, this is home. This is who I am. And so the original purpose of me coming here was to connect with key stakeholders because I want to bring here an economic trade mission, work together with the state of Minnesota and Kenya because I see potential. Obviously, my priority is the people of Minnesota, my constituency, the state of Minnesota. But at the same time, there's opportunities where we can have a mutually beneficial opportunity engagements and partnerships where we can, for example, the state of Minnesota, it's projected within the next 2 to 3 to 5 years, very short amount of time, the worker shortages in agriculture field and then also in healthcare. We don't have workers. You're not going to find an average American working in the fields for 10, 12 hours, right? Healthcare field, even right now, it's a crisis, and so for me, how do I tap into this rich market of, number one, very learned population, number two, speaks English, a language that can easily, be translated into the needs of the Minnesota population, and then also the work ethic of Kenyans. My friend, Kenyans we are very innovative when given the opportunity. So how do we tap into those markets and those opportunities to make sure that the needs of Minnesotans are met, but at the same time also have a mutual beneficial opportunities for Kenyans, So that I'm just giving you snippets. Yep. From a technology perspective, because there's 4 pillars that we were looking at. We were looking at technology, we were looking at agriculture, we were looking at healthcare, and then we were looking at education. How do we, because we understand there's this power and diversity, especially within our educational system. The beauty of American democracy is rooted in its diversity of thought, right? And so our educational system, we still pride ourselves, although the current administration is trying to make America great again, everybody, we can have debates on what that means and what that looks like, but we still pride ourselves in our diversity, and not only on, the cultural background, but also from an economic perspective as well, and social aspect as well. So that's what brought me to Kenya, to kind of explore this opportunity, because I truly believe that Kenya is the capital of the African continent, and I truly believe it is the access point to the African continent. Right. Yes, we have the giants of South Africa, we have the giants of Nigeria on the other end, but I truly believe Kenya is the epicenter right now of the African continent, because the other markets, the Asian markets, the European markets, they've been saturated. The next big market, not only just in the next 5 years, I'm talking about long-term sustainability of the global market, is in Africa. Africa is literally untapped. And so I see Kenya as that gateway to the African continent, and I'm ready to explore that and hopefully bring value to my constituency in the process.
It's been a while since okay, there's this whole situation happening in the States about immigration, migration. Yeah. How are you going to deal with that, considering we understand people are being brought back home to their various countries, of course? How are we going to deal with that situation? I really don't understand it. I only know what I see in the news. Who's been brought back, and how is it that you're going to get people to go there, if at all you do get to do that?
I think right now America is at a crossroads. It has been seen as this country of beacon of hope for a lot of people. It's a country of immigrants, let's be honest. It was built by immigrants. And so, to see what's happening in the United States, and don't get me wrong, the immigration system is very complex. My family's journey alone can tell you it's very complex to be an immigrant in America. And majority of the immigrants are there to literally work and help their people back home instead of trouble, but the idea that all immigrants are criminals, as the current administration is literally painting, and I'm not ashamed to say that, the trajectory of our country right now, in the heart of our country, it's at stake. And so right now, for my office, obviously that's a federal issue. Immigration, that's another thing. People need to understand, like, my office and the jurisdiction of my office. Immigration is a federal issue. But at the state level, we have the power to create policies that protect all human life. It doesn't matter your status. It doesn't matter where you come from. And so Minnesota might be, have you guys ever heard of this term, sanctuary states?
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Are very friendly to immigrants. And for us, especially as the Democratic Party, we are rooted in humanity of somebody, not what Amakatazi says about that person. So we are grappling with this idea of what's going on. There's many Kenyans who have been deported. You know, I get a lot of cases in my office, and most of those people are not criminals. You know, it's just that their status, for whatever reason, something happened, and they are undocumented, right? Again, like I said earlier, my family fought the immigration system for 11 long years. It literally took the hand of God. We were 48 hours away from being deported from that country. And so for somebody to sit here and say, well, why can they go through the legal channels? My friend, we did, and it took us 11 years and 48 hours away from being deported from this country. So if it wasn't by the grace of God, my friend, you wouldn't be talking to a Mheshimiwa I'm elected in the U.S. And that's the beauty of the American democracy, right? And that beauty is jeopardized right now, especially with the current administration. And again, don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here saying people break laws, people do, yes, but at the same time we also understand the humanity piece of it as well.
You know, this is the curse of politics, not politicians, because I start with politics because politicians represent a certain type of politics. And there is a certain narrative that I have determined to give a little more thought to, given what is happening in Gaza and given what is happening in the US. To some degree, what happened in South Africa. People leave their countries of origin because they're being persecuted. They're having a hard time. Something is making them leave. It's not that they're having a good time, they're having a terrible time, and they move.
Yes.
Now, they sail and go with that trauma to another country. And the interesting thing is, the trauma seems to never leave them. They now inflict the same trauma that was inflicted on them on the people they actually find there. Because if you look at the decimation of what is referred to as the Native Americans, it's something you look at and you see what people forget. Canada did the same. It's just that Canada is a quieter country, so the issues are not. They are quiet.
Yes.
So the issues are not spoken of. But it tells you something about trauma.
Yes.
And how it is that it can be passed on generationally. The Europeans who subscribed to the Jewish faith in Europe, traumatized, singled out for whatever reason, they come to a place and they do exactly the same as what happened to them, if not worse, on the people they found there and the people who actually welcomed them when they came there. All the immigrants who came to the US, depending on who got there first.
Yes.
The Irish faced similar problems. The Italians faced similar problems. The East Europeans now, they face some phenomenal problems. The Africans were left out of it because them they were slaves.
Oh, yes.
But when they supposedly joined the mainstream, even with laws passed, for them to be accepted, it's a discussion that is still taking place today.
Yes. It's still, and when I say institutions, they steal all of, like, American institutions were never meant for black people.
No, they were not.
People. They were not. You know, and so those are the institutions that we still sit here and we are still fighting against. You talk about trauma, right? So the immigrants who came, they brought their trauma.
Oh, they came with
and
it.
Now, let's just take for example black people in America. Now they have to deal with additional trauma on top of that trauma when we talk about racism and those institutions, right? And so to even deal with the original trauma, if it hasn't been dealt with, my friend, and now you add additional trauma on that, I look back and I'm like, how do we even, where does the healing even begin?
Actually, it begins because of that nation and the diversity it represents. You cannot find a better melting pot than the US.
Absolutely.
And if they can work out their problems to a degree that you can see, yes, there are problems, but you can see progress. And progress happens in pockets. You'll go to Minnesota, you'll see, actually, these fellows seem to be understanding it. You go to other states, and it's like a completely different planet altogether. But you see, that diversity, then bring it back to Kenya.
Yes.
with our diversity.
And when you say your diversity, because the diversity in America is completely different from what you define it.
Absolutely different.
Talk about that.
Here, we're all Africans.
Yes.
Okay? But because we are Nilotes,
Bantus.
we are Kushites, we are Bantus, we have differences, but somehow we actually manage to work and we actually manage to get along until politics and the
Divides
politicians who represent them, no, they don't actually divide us. They keep trying. If they had succeeded and were divided, they would not keep trying.
There won't be a Kenya. And I'm so glad you brought that point up. We can sit here and look at Kenya and be like, hey, Maze, we have issues. But guess what? There's how many tribes here? And you mentioned all those core, communities, right? Somehow, some way, this country continues to progress.
We actually function.
Somehow, exactly. We still function. So that means Kenya has potential. If it decides to come together, my friends, that's why I said Kenya has the potential to be the gateway to the African continent. The fact that we have these political systems now ingrained and are slowing our progress down, we somehow are relevant in the world stage. When something happens in Kenya, the world stage knows about it. I mean, look, the death of Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, right?
Yes.
That has rocked the whole entire, not just Kenya alone, but the whole entire world, because they literally see Kenya as this beacon of hope in the East African bloc, but also the rest of. When Kenya does something, even when the Gen Zs rose up and made their voices heard, my friends, I was getting calls from Nigeria. I was getting calls. Can the Gen Zs come and teach us how to do this?
We've been teaching the world. Look at Bangladesh, Nepal.
Thank you. Thank you. And not from a political perspective, to the inversion, look at M-Pesa. My friends, the Western world did not want nothing to do with M-Pesa. Because it literally cut out the middlemen, the financial institutions, right? And so when you look at Kenya, yes, Kenya has its own issues.
Right.
But we have so much potential.
Now, we have about 4 minutes before we let you go. I want to talk about gender parity in the House of Reps in Minnesota. How many of those representatives are women?
Not enough. I can't... I think it's a handful. I'm not 100% sure how many.
Okay.
But even our own Posse caucus, we call it a Posse caucus or minority caucus. It's just a handful of us. It's not a lot of us in the House.
Is that a concern?
Women. It is a huge concern because that does not reflect the diversity of the state of Minnesota. And so, especially as a party, as the Democratic Party, we champion ourselves in diversity. Not only in diversity in thought, but also diversity in representation. And so this election cycle, we are really working hard, putting a lot of energy and resources. I'm talking about money into recruiting. We are recruiting candidates, my friend. Nobody wants to run. We are recruiting candidates to run.
Perhaps you need to pay them.
We can't pay them though. That's the thing.
Stop paying them good money. Yeah.
We can support them. We can give them money to run. And that's where it comes down to mobilizing around realizing representation matters. And when you have people who reflect the populations that make up the state of Minnesota, then the laws that we're passing are reflected on that core value of people.
Right. Yeah. In terms of what next once you leave here, and the partnerships that you're looking to form with the Kenyan people, what would you like them to know? Is there something you'd like them to apply or a website you'd like them to visit, or they just wait for some kind of go ahead? Because you said you're coming to see the opportunities that the people of Minnesota can exploit here and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the beginning stages of this because there's a lot of factors that goes. By the time we are ready to literally do the intake, there's a lot of groundwork that we need to
so right now we're doing the groundwork.
Exactly, we're doing the groundwork to figure out what does that even look like, what models work. Because one of the things that I was speaking with CS of Education, Julius Ogamba, yeah. And one of the conversations I was having with him was, how do we take the curriculum, for example, nursing, the US nursing program, bring it here, integrate it into our educational system, so by the time somebody comes in and goes through that whole entire program and takes the next CLEX exam, they're ready for the US market. We're not sitting here training them, right? One of the things that the supply and the demand is there. The biggest challenge right now is to work with the current administration around visas. You know, you asked earlier about immigration and now this labor that we're trying to bring, what that would look like. That's a conversation that we're going to continue to have, because once the market is ready, you know, all we need is you know, the visa approvals.
It's a very good point you make, because the Philippines have done precisely that.
What do you mean? My friend, Minnesota right now, the biggest population of nurses we're getting from outside.
They're from the Philippines.
They're from the Philippines.
You know why?
Yep.
They have institutions that do exactly what you've said. When they train their nurses,
straight,
ready, packaged for the U.S. market.
Exactly.
Ready.
And that's another thing. Not even just nursing. Just I met with someone who's in the tea market, right? With the new laws where it has basically stripped the middleman out of the picture, where a buyer can go directly to the farmers themselves and buy their tea or I can't speak on coffee, right?
Yes.
And I'm sitting here going, we Americans consume a lot of tea, right? And coffee, mind you now. Why can buyers from Minnesota come here, go directly to the farmers and buy that tea from there and coffee? And because at the end of the day, my friends, who suffers in this whole process right now? You guys have been talking about, maybe you have, talking about the bonuses. And that has been, I've been following that. And I'm sitting here going, so you mean to tell me, as a farmer, I sit here and I do all this work only to get what? And the lowest, I was very mad when I realized, when the data showed the lowest margins of bonuses were in Nyanza, in Kisii and Nyamira. And I was like, my friends, there's an issue here. So anyways, I can't go into that. But so those are the conversations that I've been having about how do I bring value, first of all, to the people that I represent in the state of Minnesota, and maybe be the gateway to the rest of the market in the U.S. When it comes to Kenyan products.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Momanyi. It's been an absolute pleasure having this conversation. And as usual, I usually tell my guests, welcome, come back again. Let's continue having these conversations.
Absolutely. You invite me anytime, even if I'm not here. If there's something there that you people are like, hey, we need to know, give me a call. I'll join in virtually.
All right.
Sure. Thank you.
This is where we come to a close as far as that conversation is concerned. But in the next hour, which is already here, we'll be hosting the leader of DAP party, that is Honorable Eugene Omala. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Amnesty International, the Law Society of Kenya, and Vocal Africa have launched a global petition urging Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni to immediately release Kenyan human rights defenders Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo. The two were abducted in Kampala 20 days ago, and their whereabouts remain unknown. A habeas corpus application filed in Uganda has since stalled, with the state now expected to explain today why, almost 3 weeks later, the two have not been produced in court. A Kericho High Court has issued interim orders allowing Form 4 students of Latin Boys High School to sit their national examination after paying an initial 10,000 Kenya shillings to cover damages to school property. The ruling was made on Tuesday, October 21st, following 3 petitions issued by lawyers representing more than 2,500 parents. Parents had initially moved to court to challenge the 69 million Kenya shillings damages fee, which meant every student will pay 49,000 Kenya shillings, which they term as punitive. Is lawyer Dunstan Omari, who's also representing parents in the case.
10,000 shillings. The kids go back to school, then we can expedite this matter. So that condition of 25,000 shillings, the court reduces it to 10,000 shillings. So that the students can come back now, they start preparing for the exam for tomorrow. A former principal of a school. I'm talking as a teacher and as a former principal of a school. The preparation for an exam, the reagents for an exam per student will not be more than 1,000 shillings per student.
The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on Tuesday began extradition proceedings against British soldier Robert James Parkins, accused of murdering 21-year-old Agnes Wanjiru in Nanyuki in 2012. The DPP disclosed that documentation for the extradition of Robert James had been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General and officially received on October 9th, 2025. Wanjiru's family, speaking outside the court, said they are satisfied by the court's decision, urging the state to fast-track the process.
Here today we are coming here to call for Agnes' long-denied rights. But again, looking back, if we only serve Agnes' family justice and we don't do anything about the internal systems of the army, we are not doing anything, because they're the one who failed us. They knew what had happened. They joked, even the seniors joked, but never took any action. So that's why we are calling for the internal systems of the army to change. And I believe if the suspect will be extradited, it will help us to uncover that. Yeah, we are happy as a family, but we are hoping that this thing will be fast-tracked.
Samburu West Member of Parliament Naisula Lesuda has condemned local Samburu County officials for engaging in corrupt practices which hamper service delivery. The MP called on the state to terminate contracts or fire officers found engaging in graft. Lesuda also decried the practice of transferring corrupt officials from one region to another, terming the move counterproductive.
This guy who closed that file has to leave Nairobi, to leave Samburu, and I hope you're not sending him elsewhere, because he's going to do that elsewhere. Alikuwa Isibania, akafanya hivyo Jenzi. Alikuwa alikuwa which county, alifanya hivyo Jenzi. Akaleta tena Mara, akakuja kufunga file. Asipelekwe mahali ingine Kenya. Aenda akae na mdosi wake huko ama aende nyumbani. Stop sending people to me, because I will not be involved in those stories.
A drone attack has hit an area near the international airport in Sudan's capital, Khartoum. This came a day before it was set to resume domestic flights for the first time since war broke out in 2023. Residents of the city reported hearing explosions in several districts early on Tuesday morning. Social media images appear to show a series of blasts. There is no information on casualties or damage, and no one has claimed responsibility. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. Indeed, it is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. In studio, I'm with CT Muga. This is the People's Breakfast. And we'd like to discuss, because it's been on the minds of people for the last couple of days, and that is the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter. In studio, we are with someone who is part of a team that is forming the next chapter. I'm talking about none other than the party leader of the Democratic Action Party of Kenya, DAPK, Mheshimiwa Eugene Wamalwa. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
It's actually a pleasure to have you here with us.
Yes.
Mimi nakonanga kwa TV, so for a second I was actually starstruck.
Yes.
And it's glad we're here here, talking about issues that will actually move this country forward. There's a question I've been asking people for the last couple of days, and it's in regards to the death of Baba. When you got the information that Baba had passed on, where were you and how did you get it? Did you read it in the papers? Was it a tweet? Did someone call you about it?
I think it started about a day before, and social media had this thing going, and I think we had someone like Maverick and others talking about it. But the next day, in the morning, we started getting tidbits about what was happening.
Right.
That Mzee was not well, and eventually the president made the announcement. It was heartbreaking to finally get the information that Mzee had left us. And we have been, part of the mourning, the 7-day mourning period. We went to Parliament as the opposition. We came together and went there as a team to pay our respects at Parliament. From Parliament, we went to Nyayo Stadium for the Requiem Mass, and after that, we proceeded together again home to Bondo for the burial. But a day before, as neighbors, and Luos and Luyas have very similar traditions, we did our local thing. As neighbors of taking bulls the day that the body was being brought home. So for us as neighbors and as family friends, we were there to honor him, to welcome him home. And we did lead quite a big team from across Western. Our governors, we had Governor Otuoma from Busia with a big delegation. We had Governor Fernandez Baraza from Kakamega with a big delegation, Governor Tembeya from Trans Nzoia. So we brought together a big team to Bondo to honor our hero. And this is not something new. When my late brother Mike died, Raila did the same. He came with a big team from Nyanza and with many bulls. So we did the same, and eventually joined the nation and the international community during the morning.
Right.
Yes.
Baba was in Azimio, and even when he joined the broad-based government, I'm sure you still had relations with him. How were the relations towards the end?
I think we all trusted Baba, and we all believed in him. And it was not the first time we were working together. We started way back from the days of his father Jaramogi. My late brother Mike and Jaramogi were very close with James Orengo, and he deputized Jaramogi in Ford, Kenya. They started in Ford, then came to Ford, Kenya, and eventually ended up again working together during the NAC when they came together with Kibaki, Omalo, Raila, and they were able to form government. That was in 2002. Then we separated again when he went to CORD and went to NASA, and the rest of us were with Kibaki in PNU, then Jubilee. But eventually we met again now in 2022 when we formed Azimio. My party, DAP Kenya, joined other parties, including ODM, NAC, and other parties to now form Azimio. In Azimio, Raila was our party leader and our presidential candidate, and we did campaign for him across. I recall I was leading the campaigns in Western Kenya with Governor Oparanya, and we were able to paint the entire region blue for Baba. We won 6 regions in this country. Actually, Kenya Kwanza only led in 2 regions. And we moved together. We felt at the time that Baba had won the election, but had actually been denied victory. And that is why we went into those demonstrations, the Azimio demonstrations of 2023. Baba led us into this. And many people might not know this, but he was a very brave man. Even when some of us who are younger than him, felt fear, and sometimes we felt overwhelmed by the tear gas, the bullets, the threats, the killing, the maiming that we saw, the blood we saw on the street. streets, Baba stayed steady and kept telling us, let's keep moving. There's no other way of doing this. We must confront this evil regime. And that went on until the president called for dialogue. So at that point, when we now went to NADCO, some of us felt we had fallen into a trap. And we felt that President Ruto had actually trapped Baba. For me, that is one point at which I would say I did not completely agree with him. And one thing that Baba had made very clear, we were all very comfortable to express ourselves. He was a Democrat to the heart, and he would allow you to agree or to disagree and to speak your mind, and he would ask. And if you're in a meeting and you didn't speak anything, he'll say, Eugene, you haven't said anything about this. What do you think? Even in terms of when we had threats, and there was one time when we were told there was going to be an assassination, one of us was going to be assassinated and we shouldn't go out. And we met that morning before the demonstrations, and Baba called all of us, called all our security, and he wanted to hear from each one of us. There were those who said, Baba, don't go. You made your point. Don't go beyond this. If they kill you, you're the general. This will be the end of the war. Don't go. And he would ask Eugene, what do you think? And I said, Baba, if we back down now, that is the end of this thing. Let us go. And he would say, I've heard all of you. We are going. Get into the cars.
All said and done, we are going.
We are going. And, he would lead us there. But when it came to the decision to now get into
broad-based,
not broad-based. First, the precursor to broad-based was really NADCO.
Yes.
I felt like we were tricked into some fake dialogue, because William Ruto never really had his heart in this. He wanted to use the dialogue at Bomas, lock us into, remove us from the streets, and cool down the temperatures. So to me, it was really a tranquilizer that Ruto had given us as the opposition to slow us down and to get us off the streets. And once he achieved that, he had no intention of implementing NADCO. He hasn't implemented it up to now. And when Baba asked me about this, I told him, I spoke my mind, and I told him, Baba, I think there's a poison chalice you've taken from this guy. Time will tell. There are my colleagues who disagreed with him. No, Baba is always right. Let's do this. And that is what happened.
Yeah.
And when it came to the end, I had the last chat with him. And I told him, as I told you, Baba, this guy was leading us down the garden path. He wanted us off the streets. And he's not going to implement this thing. The main issue that took us to Mombasa was really cost of living, issues of electoral justice. And Baba had talked about opening of the server. He believed in his heart of hearts they had beaten William Ruto. The 200,000 raised a thin margin by which this president got the presidency was questioned by Baba. He believed he had stolen his victory. So matters electoral justice, IBC, electoral reforms, and key issues were put aside, actually. What did this guy do at Bomas? He sent his team, led by Kimani Ichung'wah, with instructions to stick to the presidential memorandum that he had given Parliament to create the position of Prime Cabinet Secretary, entrench it into the law, create the position of leader of opposition with 2 deputies, and create more women rep positions. And it was about positions, and this was what was political expedient for the political class. But the Wanjiku issues were never addressed at Bomas, and that was the cost of living. This man was doubling VAT on fuel from 8% to 16%. On fuel alone, 1 liter, there were about 16 levies and taxes introduced. This is how, this is where the rain started beating us. So we said, if we're here talking about how Mudavadi is going to be the prime minister, and we put that position in the law, is that why Kenyans went to the streets and died? And we're talking about Raila being given a position of leader of opposition with maybe Kalonzo or Mala deputizing, and your paid salaries given government offices and vehicles. Is this why we had 75 young Kenyans slain on the streets? They were fighting against the finance bill 2023, the doubling of VAT on fuel, the introduction of housing levy, and this SHA thing. And all these taxes were taking away the little disposable income anyone had. The pay slip was squeezed to the to nothing. That actually one said, please, why don't you take my salary and you give me the taxes? Because there are more than what I'm taking home. I have nothing left in this pay slip. So these were matters we felt very, very strongly that we should have dealt with at Bomas. We missed that opportunity. And I said at that time, Baba, I'm sorry, but I feel like we didn't do justice to the single most important issue, which was cost of living.
Yeah.
But I said no, but we have also gotten some reforms on IBC. We are also changing this. So just sign. But I said, because my conscience felt like we had not done justice to the main issue, I declined to sign. Out of the 10 members of NADCO, I was the only one who never signed. But this is a conversation I had with him.
Yeah.
And I told him, they've taken us for a ride, Baba. And I felt we had let Kenyans down. Had we done the right thing at Bomas in 2023,
yeah,
the Gen Z, 63 young people who died in 2024 would never have died. Because we let William Ruto have his way at Bomas, and he came back in 2024 with a worse finance bill. That's why these Gen Zs died. So I can say that being the Democrat he was a man we believed in. He was a leader. But also there were times when we could agree, or there were times when we could disagree on some issues. And the issue of after the post-election pact with William Ruto is something we do not agree with.
Right.
And as members of Azimio, some of us felt that we had let the people down and taken the wrong direction going into bed with this government that is still killing Gen Zs, that is still overtaxing Kenyans, that is corrupt to the core. So I can say that at that point of him leaving Azimio or the opposition side and joining the broad-based government, we did not agree with him. Martha Karua was the first one to leave Azimio with NARC Kenya. I was the second one with DAP Kenya. We left, and there are others who have joined us since, and we are forming a new opposition coalition going into the next election, because we are going to take on William Ruto to ensure that he's a one-term president.
The issue of NADCO, the issue of broad-based government, we have been told, we've heard that the president called Mheshimiwa Raila to the table, and that's how broad-based was formed. Did the president ever call you? Did the president ever call Honorable Kalonzo, Honorable Martha Karua, or was it a conversation between Raila and the president alone?
The president never engaged the Azimio team. He engaged the Azimio leader, our leader, Raila Odinga. And our leader came and told us after they met in Mombasa with President Ruto and President Obasanjo. Later on, they went to meet President Museveni, and you remember the famous photo of the three gentlemen
with cows,
with Nyankole cows. We never knew this was happening. Actually, just the way you saw the photo is the way the rest of us saw the photos.
Okay.
We didn't know about it. But after he came back, he came and met us and he briefed us. And he said, we've agreed to go into this national dialogue to see if we can resolve these issues. Eventually, NADCO went to Parliament, and it's never been implemented up to now.
Right.
In March this year, he entered into now a formal pact, a post-election pact at KICC with the UDA. Up to now, William Ruto has never engaged us. He only engaged our leader.
Okay.
And when you look at that pact, it was between the two of them. With William Ruto as the party leader of UDA and Raila Odinga as the party leader of ODM. It was about the two parties.
Okay.
So it was not about the coalition and the rest of us. Because some of us disagreed with him. And we thought, really, William Ruto is not going to change. The only way we will change direction is by changing the leadership. and for that we are prepared. And we're preparing to take him on at the next general election.
When Baba approached you as a new leader and broke the news to you, what was Eugene Omalo's response?
My initial response, I told him, Baba, this is a poison chalice. And that was my position to the end until that NADCO process ran its course and we got nothing out of it. And I declined to sign. And I think after that point, he progressed now to the next level of now formalizing their coalition with William Ruto. Of course, at first they kept denying we are not in government, but eventually they said we're in the broad-based government. At his funeral, there were those leaders from his party who said they will stay in the broad-based government, meaning going into the next election they're going to be our opponents because we are determined to take out William Ruto and all his cronies. So if ODM is on that side, then unlike the last election we were on the same side, they must be prepared to face us as we are prepared to face them together with William Ruto.
Who is in this opposition coalition currently? Which parties? I know DAPK is there, PLP of Honorable Martha Karua. Is Wiper also there?
Yes, Wiper is with us, and DCP joined us after the impeachment of
former
DP Gachagua. He joined us. In fact, he formally joined us at the beginning of this year.
Okay.
I invited him on the 27th of January when I was launching our DAP Kenya headquarters in Karen. That was the first time he now formally joined the opposition after leaving government. And he's been with us throughout, and we're building a big team. Just the way they are broadening their broad-based government, we are also broadening our opposition coalition. And after DCP, we're also joined by the former Attorney General when he was fired as Minister for Public Service, JB Muturi. He joined us. The CS for Agriculture, Linturi, also when he was fired, he joined us. We have quite a number of other people who have joined us, and the coalition keeps growing. We are looking at reaching out to people like former Chief Justice Maraga. We're looking at reaching out to Okiom Tata, Senator, who is also a presidential candidate, and reaching out to more people. Those who left Ruto's side and came to our side, we welcome them. They have strengthened our team. Those who will find it untenable politically to continue being in ODM, when ODM now formally goes into bed with UDA, or perhaps even if the ODM accepts to be led by William Ruto, because we can see some of them already offering, please come back home. If you come, we can allow you to lead our party and be our presidential candidate. So if because we have young leaders, emerging leaders that Baba has mentored, like Babu Owino, like Edwin Sifuna. We have young leaders, upcoming leaders, Caleb Amisi, Kinotsosi. There are some of these young people who might find it untenable when eventually Ruto walks into the ODM house and takes over. And you know, in the African sense, they say whoever comes out of your mother's house, you must call him Baba.
Yes, indeed. In the partnerships that you're having with all these individuals you've mentioned and all these parties you've mentioned, are there any areas of concern? Because we have been closely following what DCP is all about, the rhetoric, and even allies of the former deputy president. For example, Nyeri governor, yesterday, was it the day before, made some utterances that are not favorable to certain communities in this country. Are those things that actually concern you, or are you letting them run their own shit?
No, they concern us. And if you look at our official X Twitter account, we have already condemned as DAP Kenya. We do not condone tribal chauvinism and that talk of that divides the country along tribal lines, along religious lines. This retrogressive politics that we do not accept as DAP Kenya. And as the leader of DAP Kenya, I've made my position very, very clear. We will not condone such politics. Would like to see a progressive thinking in terms of our politics, uniting the country, empowering the youth of this nation, and putting them at the center and front of our agenda. This is the kind of conversation we want to have about strengthening devolution, which holds a key to a more equal Kenya, more equitable Kenya, a more inclusive Kenya. This is the direction we want to go. Not issues of my tribe and that tribe, us versus them. I find what Governor Kahiga said very callous, especially at a time when the Odinga family is still in mourning, the nation is still in mourning. It's totally inappropriate and unacceptable.
Right. In regards to what people are saying about the opposition, there seems to be no clear agenda at the moment. Yes, the agenda is unseat President Ruto come 2027, but beyond that, what happens? So we elect Eugene Wamalwa, for instance, as our next president. Then what? That isn't coming out clear as far as the united opposition is concerned.
I think when you look at what bedevils our country and our history as a country, I've seen lately President Ruto really referring to the story of Singapore. And yes, it's true. I mean, at our independence, we had power with Singapore, Malaysia, the so-called, South Korea, the so-called Asian tigers. What really killed the Kenyan dream? I think we had a conference here, was it 1999, the Kenya We Want conference. And I think what came out of that conference was very clear that what stands in the way of the Kenyan dream is really the issue of corruption and tribalism. And if we could deal with this, Kenya can become a Singapore. Kenya can actually realize its dream that has been deferred because of these things. So you cannot talk about Kenya becoming a Singapore without talking about dealing with corruption. You cannot do that. You cannot talk about Kenya becoming a Singapore without dealing with this issue of tribalism, the kind of retrogressive politics we're hearing from Governor Kahiga. These are matters that we need to deal with to be able to realize the Kenyan dream. Because looking at our budget, when you're looking at trillions and whatever, but what really goes, what we lose through corruption, experts tell us about 30% of our national budget. So if you are just able to fix that thing alone, and we have a president, a man or woman of integrity who can fix and deal with and slay the dragon of corruption, you do not have to overtax Kenyans. We can actually restore the dignity of the payslip by just ensuring we deal with corruption and the seepage that we see our resources going through, the wastage in government. If we have a president a man or woman who can deal with those issues, we'll be able to fix this country. Now, they're telling us we have no agenda. Our agenda is removing William Ruto. Yes, it is, because William Ruto is the very embodiment of that corruption. I think it was last year when they were doing these assessment of corrupt presidents in the world, and he emerged the second top most corrupt president after Assad of Syria. This was not done by Kenya. It was an international, it was a global ranking, and he ranked highly in that list. This year again, they did the ranking of the richest presidents, not of Africa, in the world. And again, he ranked very highly. Of course, it follows, surely, as day follows night, that if you are the highest in terms of corruption, and with that amount of greed, you're grabbing everything, selling all the family jewels and doing whatever, then it will emerge that in 3 years, you can actually become the richest president in Africa. And this is what has come to pass. So the only way this can be rectified is if we want an end to corruption, then we must end the tenure of this corrupt regime in one term. And these are matters that we must fix.
There's the issue of corruption that you've rightly mentioned. But every president before not Uhuru, but before Ruto actually dealt with corruption, or rather had corruption in his government. We're talking about President Moi, President Kibaki, President Uhuru, and now President Ruto. How would your government, if allowed, how would you deal with that situation?
First of all, it's about institutions. And I think it's President Obama who said this when he visited Accra, Ghana. And he said what Africa needs are not strong men, but strong institutions. If we can strengthen our anti-corruption institutions and ensure that we do not tribalize the war on corruption, to say, oh, my people are being targeted. Oh, you must be prepared as president to let institutions work. And to do that, you must be a president who believes in this constitution, who believes in the rule of law, and who can actually let institutions work independently. And you must be ready to let go even your closest allies if they're implicated in corruption, including members of your own family. You must be prepared to bite that bullet and allow institutions to work. Now look at this, the president we've had. Mwai Kibaki told his cabinet, if you are found with your hand in the cookie jar, it doesn't matter who you are, you will face the full force of the law. You do recall when we had this Anglo leasing scandal. Do you know one of his closest friends that he made finance minister, David Muraria? Everybody knew this was Kibaki's man. Kibaki had to let him go. He had to let some of his closest, sacrifice them in the war against corruption. When you look at President Uhuru, in fact, Uhuru was the first president to sack almost 5 ministers. Some of them were very close to him. But because he came to parliament and said, no, this must stop. And the following ministers, the following PSs who have been implicated must step aside. And they did. What has this president done? When he came in, he is been actually shielding his cronies. Those who already had cases going, he had those cases dropped. Multi-billion cases. Some had criminal charges, including rape. Some had criminal charges, including murder, who were cleared by this president. So you cannot fight corruption by shielding the corrupt because they are members of your party or your family or your community. We must have a president who will be ready from day one,
right,
to let the law take its course, to let institutions work, and to also look at, as president, I would want to do what some have been trying to fight. In strengthening these institutions, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission have been asking for prosecutorial powers. But you see, when this matter comes to Parliament, a Parliament that this president admitted the other day is one of the most corrupt, they cannot give teeth to that institution. In fact, they would block any attempt to strengthen these institutions. But this war starts from the top. When you're talking about corruption, it's like a fish, it rots from the head. So it starts with the head of state. All deals, mega deals, are actually sealed at State House nowadays. And Dubai has become their bedroom where they form their companies, mobilize their resources, then come and buy some of our national assets. So what we need to do is really look at how to strengthen these institutions. And as president, I will put my foot down to ensure that we give prosecutorial powers to these anti-corruption institutions. And we see how to streamline the way things are done. When you look at the DPP and you look at other institutions, the DCI, how they're working, the tough wars and whatnot. This is also affecting the war against corruption. But lastly, I think the most important thing also is to look at how to stop weaponization of the criminal justice system. Because this is also equally being, apart from being used to shield the corrupt, It's also being used to target politically those who are not in sync with the system. Yes.
Mheshimiwa, we seem to forget our history sometimes when we speak about the present and the role our history plays into what we now consider the present. There has been no presidential period in this country where we have not had corruption. None.
Yes.
From the time we just begin to figure out how to be corrupt, to the time when we actually understood it, to the time when now it becomes a simple way of life that everybody has accepted. And you're right. The fish does rot from the very head. See, my beef is this. Literally everybody who is in the opposition right now has been in government, some government or the other. Differing seniorities. You have a former vice president who was a minister in very many ministries. You yourself have been a minister. All these individuals, you have a deputy president. All these people have been in government at some point or the other. Now that they find themselves in the opposition, they are champions of corruption, and yet when they were in positions of power, there were corruptions in those governments.
I think you're right in a way, and to me, I look at that positively because I think it was James Madison who said, "If we're a nation of angels, we would not need a government. We are not angels." And we do not expect angels to fly in from heaven or drop like manna from heaven to come and change this country. This country is going to be changed by we, the people who belong to this country. And the yardstick city should be Eugene Wamalwa. You want to be president. You served in this ministry. There was that scandal. You served in the other ministry. There was that. You served in that. You had this case. You had that. You're implicated in corruption. You do not qualify. Because if you are a minister and you are stealing with one hand, the day you are in State House and there's no one above you and all the ministers are, you will steal with both hands.
Right.
So what we would need is really a leader whose record must be subjected to the highest scrutiny before being allowed into that house. And if you're going to get a leader whose record is, replete with scandals, starting with the current president.
Right.
He had just look at his history with Kenya Pipeline. He had grabbed this land. He was taken to court, handcuffed, went through that case. So if you try to steal public land, Kenya Pipeline land, when you're a minister or you're a member of parliament, when you're president and that cow you try to steal is still available, you still steal it. Now you're not talking about stealing Kenya Pipeline land. It's about selling the entire pipeline, the refinery. So what are we talking about? Yes, anyone who has served, anyone who wants to serve in the highest office in this land, they must be prepared to face a brutal scrutiny by Kenyans. And
I'm in agreement with you,
yes.
Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
I am actually in agreement with you.
Yes.
However, the national sport that seems to be championed by you politicians seems to be something that I refer to as the plunder of state coffers. Because if we talk about the money that President Uhuru mentioned was lost on a daily basis, the figure was more or less confirmed by Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And other bodies have since audited and said it is so. Talk about fighting corruption exists. Even this government has talked about it.
Yes.
And you are right when you say, when you look at, from the time they came in, the individuals that were given positions of authority, someone chairman of KRA, and you're thinking, surely of all the people in this country to be given that job, this one. Not that we knew him, but we knew of the cases that the person had.
Yes. So some touching concerning the same KRA.
The same institution, yes.
That you are going to chair.
Case against him. So there are many such cases. But at the heart of it is this popular Kenyan sport called plundering state coffers.
Yes.
Because I do not hear whether it is those of you who refer to yourselves as, what do they call themselves?
United Opposition.
That one. And the other individuals who are now broad-based, no matter how broad they are, I do not hear of a cohesive plan that they have for actually uplifting this country. Because the thing that the plundering tells us is that we have huge resources.
Yes.
Because if I look at the consistency with which these scandals keep coming up, because it's usually a scam to simply take resources. The immediate former government of Uhuru Kenyatta's represents something that perhaps we need to look at when we talk about comparison. Those who are clever at being corrupt and those who are inept. Okay? Because there are those who will bludgeon you with a club on your head and then take what you have. There are those who actually enjoin you in the impoverishment that is facing you, and you actually don't see it. And you actually cheer them as they continue to impoverish you. If you look at the borrowing that this country engaged in, and when I say country, it was borrowed on our behalf during the Uhuru era. God Almighty, from the get-go, they borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. I said, okay. In the trillions. Now, you ask your question, if they borrowed 6 trillion, and our laws clearly state that that is money that's meant for development, 6 trillion in this economy, my friend, the changes would be profound. The things we'd be seeing around us, all these things that we keep talking about and saying they're a problem. So those who have this discussion around odious debt, in my opinion, have a point to make. Where did this money go to? Now, why am I bringing this thing up? I am saying, when you have a country that has resourceful people like Kenya does, resourceful, hardworking, focused, I do not see any leadership that has a plan to focus all this energy in the direction that makes the country grow. Leaders like you in the opposition spend time telling us about the ills of the government, which we can also see. It's not that we can't see it. We can see it. We live here. And we suffer the consequences. But an opportunity presents itself now. It really does. Because if the message of change can actually permeate the minds of the people of this country, and they can believe that the unit that you people have can actually bring about change. I say this because I look at President William Ruto's campaign. That man promised change. And it was believable change. That man even told us where the problem was. Now that we see he has aligned himself to this very same group of people whom he said was a problem, I don't know whether he sees the irony. He has essentially told us he has become part of the problem. I don't see whether he sees the irony. But I'm saying this, if you as the opposition and as political, do you really discuss what it is you need to do in all sincerity? Because many of the people who are in your party are in the opposition because they've lost jobs, as far as I'm concerned. Yes. And when they had those jobs, there's nothing remarkable that I could say they did that pointed to me that tells me that these are change agents. They are not. They are reactionary people who like the status quo. So in power, I do not see change coming from them, but your group has welcomed them.
I think I'll go back to what I said, that the fact that we have leaders who have served and who have a track record that can be measured against others is a very good thing for the country. So that whoever is going to go into that house on the hill there must be subject to that scrutiny, and there must be a yardstick of integrity. And if we can put integrity on the ballot this time around, I think we can get the right leadership, because we must start from the top in terms of fixing the rot in the current regime. And if you get in there someone who already has that record of plundering, of corruption, they would only do what they know best. With more power, there will be more stealing and more plundering than there has ever been. So I think for us, we want to be very, very clear that we are prepared, and we are bringing together a team that is ready to right some of these wrongs. And it starts with policy changes. Some policies, like CT has said, you know what this guy was promising and what he has done. Those hustlers, the majority of Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid, are the ones facing actually the brunt of those harsh taxes that he has introduced. You touch on fuel, that border out there that you had said you bring him from the bottom upwards. You left him down there. What when bottom up was the price of fuel, when you doubled VAT on fuel, when you went into a G2G deal that locked in the country with some fellows out there. And in December you extended so that even if global crude oil prices drop, Kenyans will still not benefit from that because of the policy decisions that were made. When you come and tell Kenyans, to fix this cost of living, we've taken 16 billion and we are going now to import this commodity, so that then you end up actually just giving the money, sharing the money with the cronies that never brought whatever they had promised to, and prices never went down. And all these things, whatever you're looking at, is a scandal after scandal after scandal. The only way this can be fixed is by changing the leadership, starting with putting in place a leadership of integrity that can address these issues.
Mheshimiwa, there's a question here from one of our viewers. They're asking two questions actually. The first one is the Ministry of Defense lack of equipment issue. Did he leave the KDF with no equipment? What is this viewer alluding to?
I think in terms of equipment, our military is one of the best equipped and one of the most professional militaries, not just in Africa, in the world. And of course, we just like an arrow, you must continue sharpening the arrowhead. So you must continue investing in better equipment and better training, over men and women in uniform, so that you stay ahead in terms of technology, in terms of training. That needs to be sharpened. Of course, there are some aging platforms that need to be replaced and whatnot. But as we speak right now, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, looking at the state of the economy. And when you look at some of the purchases that are underway, we are talking of new aircrafts, new jets, and whatever. You're talking of almost 70 billion being put into this, when the soldiers are being denied lunch. You're saying you do not have enough money to feed them. And this is something that has been going on for years. It's the first time a soldier is going to be told, pay as you eat. But this same soldier who goes out there to make us safe in Kismayu and other dangerous areas are not being told, pay as you fight. So there are some things that are happening. You look at how they are splashing money in the so-called empowerment programs. These are basically handouts to bribe people. Delegations from each county coming and being given 10,000 each. You bring 10,000 teachers and spend 100 million giving each 10,000. And you say you're empowering them? How? But where is all this money coming from that you are sending Kindiki, sending a Speaker Wetangula, a Prime Cabinet Secretary, with gunias of money to take to that women group, take to that youth group? Where is that money coming from? And you are saying you do not have enough money for capitation, for our children's education, for health. And these are critical areas. So we're saying this call for policy changes. The team we have put together from day one, these are not leaders who are going to learn on the job. So there are advantages and disadvantages, like you have said. But the advantages outweigh the disadvantages in terms of a seasoned team that will come and say, in education, the mess in education, we were there with Kibaki, this is what we did, we can do it again. In health, we're there with Uhuru when we had Linda Mama, and all Kenyan women, whether you are the wife of a border or a teacher or a soldier, you are treated equally to bring life in dignity. Then you come, remove Linda Mama, bring some things that are not working. I have an example of Mumias. I just came from Malava. The people of Kakamega city are crying. They're saying, we've had St. Mary's Mission Hospital for 100 years, from the colonial regime to the Jomo Kenyatta, to the Moi 24 years, to Kibaki, to Uhuru. This 100-year hospital has never failed to serve. Until you come make changes, bring some shards, change this hospital has collapsed. So what we are saying, these are policy changes that from day one we can fix in terms of reversal of the failed policies in the health sector, in education. And there are many things that can be done that we are prepared from day one, and we have agreed, whether it is Wamalwa or it will be Kalonzo or Karua or Matiang'i or whoever will be the president. From day one, executive order number 1, this housing levy must go. These SHA thing, these are policy changes. In fact, the harder part for me would not be, because we know what needs to be done. The harder part would be now fixing Kenya's image regionally and internationally. What we have done in DRC, what we are doing in the Sudan, with RFS, what we are doing with M23, and the situation we have created in terms of Nairobi having been the stabilizer of this region. We have actually become the destabilizer of this region. So in terms of foreign policy, to me, city, this will be the hardest part to restore that image of Kenya regionally and internationally as the anchor state in the Horn of Africa region and on other international platforms.
Mheshimiwa, how much power does a minister actually have? I'm saying this because regarding that question.
Yes.
You are the minister, but there was a minister before you. There's another minister before you.
There was a minister after him.
Yes. You came into a situation and found it as it is.
Yes.
I'm asking a direct question. How much power does a minister have? Because
you have as much power as the president allows you. I can tell you, under President Kibaki, when Kibaki gave you a ministry, you would run that. You'd be a full minister. And Kibaki would never micromanage or follow you to tell you do this, or interfere. I worked with Uhuru. When Uhuru would give you a ministry, you would run that ministry. You would bring, and Uhuru would tell you, this is a good policy. Eugene, I like this, but this, you know what is happening now is really, and I've heard President Ruto himself say, people say he's a micromanager, and they say that's not a bad thing. Because sometimes you have a minister you've given a ministry, and you know more about that ministry than that person does.
Well, you know about the person you're given the job to begin with. So telling us that this person is not fit for the job, why on earth did you give him the job in the first place?
Exactly. And the same parliament that is supposed to vet and give us quality ministers, they're just rubber stamps. They've been told, we want those names cleared within the next 1 week. And
you know, Mheshimiwa Eugene, there are issues and there are issues. The example that is set by progressive presidents and political leadership, unfortunately, especially with regards to how they disregard the law, it trickles down. You mentioned the border.
Yes.
Have you seen how those people behave? They have no regard whatsoever.
Yes.
They crisscross when they like, they move in the direction that they see fit, and woe betide if one of them hits your car. Not you. One of them hits your car.
Yes.
Suddenly there are 40 of them, and those want to rob you. It's absolute mayhem. Just as the fish rots from the very top, the examples that we have, good or bad, are set from the top. President Uhuru began this culture of ignoring court orders. Moi didn't need to, because there were no court orders that he could ignore. After all, he appointed the judges himself. Kenyatta the same. Kibaki is the one who now started instituting the sort of administrative realities that brought about accountability. Uhuru ignored court orders. It seems like he just ignored court orders. The ramifications have been dire. Court says, appoint these 41 judges, says, over my dead body. End of that story. Something called Kenya Meat Commission. He decided this one, let's transfer it. I am not saying that some good did not come out of it. I'm saying it was a court order. Miguna, the court says this guy should not be deported. That guy is deported. I'm simply saying we forget about these things, but the next government comes in and they follow that same trajectory. So it's like with every leadership, we are heading more and more and more towards the direction of lawlessness. Where somebody can just appoint someone, there will be protests. But they will appoint the person, and you're thinking, now with this person here, how on earth are we going to get anything done? And in the Uhuru era, it played out when you saw how the head of DCI and the DPP and that constant conflict. It has been carried on to this particular government. What am I saying? I'm saying those who are in the opposition like you, Mheshimiwa, surely, beyond telling us what this government hasn't done and what previous governments haven't done, okay, that's happened. What can we look forward to that is meaningful, that you can say, this one actually seems to make sense and it is doable? Because this narrative of getting rid of the president, that one doesn't make sense to me. Because the then what and what after, I don't hear. Mbuvi, do you hear it?
Well, we asked him, and he did say that once they make President Ruto a one-term president, there are certain things that they will deliver on.
Policy reversals, that's where we start. And have new policy, because it is, you know, City, it's politics about policy. And I remember I once went to Oxford University. We had a conference of water ministers, and there's a professor there who said, you know, policy, I mean, science without policy is still science. You can't change it. But policy without science, without research, is gambling. So when we have half-baked policies that you're trying this, in the middle of it, you realize it's not working, you do an about turn, go back to that. It's really gambling. With some of the policies we're seeing in the education sector, in the health sector, you find NHIF that was working, that could have been improved on at a lesser cost. But because there's the deal there, with someone who is offering, who said with 104 billion, we can change this. You go to JKI, you're looking at 238 billion. Ketraco, we have 195 billion. So your changes are based on, you know, a very transactional government based on deals that you're going to make rather than the national good. Now, where we have reached, it's really a matter of policy, getting the right policies in the right place, and we'll see things change. A policy like the policy shift we had in, you know, the devolution policy that came with a new constitution. It is something that has changed the country. If you went to Mandera, Wajir, 20 years ago, you could not find a CT scan. You could not find a dialysis machine. Do you know people had to travel 1,000 kilometers all the way from Mandera to Kenyatta National Hospital just for a dialysis? Come and stay with your relatives here in Isili, do your dialysis twice a month, go back to Mandera. With devolution, because we made a policy shift from a centralized system of governance to a decentralized, a devolved system. You go and find for the first time a tarmac road in Wajir, 50 years, people born and raised in, had never seen a tarmac road. You want to see a tarmac, you come to Nairobi. But because of the policy shift, we are creating a more equitable country, a more inclusive country, and it takes just that shift, and lives change.
Mheshimiwa, we are out of time, but before I let you go, this last question, which has been repeated several times. You attended the funeral of the late Raila Amolo Odinga, and people appreciated it. What do you take on the fact that the former DP, that is Gachagua, didn't attend the burial?
The people mourn in different ways. They might have mourned with the family in a different way. Being present does not really make you a better mourner than anyone who is not present. But that is for him. I think for me and my family, we had long relations with the Odinga family, right from the days of my late brother Mike and Raila when they were at the university as lecturers, and from Fort Kenya up to NAC. We had a long relationship. And to me, I would say that the loss of Raila is really a big blow to our democracy, to devolution. We've seen those people who tear-gassed him, those people who called him Moganga, who called him Mzee wa Vitendawili, who brutalized him in life, come to shed crocodile tears and give the best speeches. And you can see those who aimed bullets at him in the Mathare Valley and almost killed him, release bulletins of praise and give him awards posthumously. To me, really, that is not the way to honor this hero. If we're to truly honor Raila Odinga, we must honor what he stood for: freedom, He fought for freedom. He left us a book, The Flame of Freedom, that flame that burned in his heart, even when he was in the cells, when he was detained, is really what we must honor him by. And you cannot, an hour, no, actually 3 hours, because I listened to President Ruto say he got news of the of the death of Raila at about 7 a.m. in the morning. Then you see him 3-4 hours later on signing bills, very calmly. He didn't look very sad. As he was signing those, he knew Raila was dead. And one of the 8 bills that he signed was the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill. When you look at that law, the timing of it came soon after the Gen Z revolution. The revolution was in June. This bill was introduced in August. It was told we must create some legislation to control these Gen Zs and to control social media platforms. And to do so in this digital age is really shrinking the democratic space that Raila Odinga fought for. For this, as DAP Kenya and the United Opposition with civil society and all Kenyans of goodwill, we are going to challenge it. But the tragedy of, or the irony of it all, was him signing it the same day Raila died, hours after his death, and going to mourn and praise him in Bondo when you're killing the very freedom that this freedom fighter fought for. The other issue is the issue of devolution. Today, you are splashing money on, it's a government that has its priorities bottom up, really. And you are not able to, give resources, enough resources for the education of our children, for health, to our counties. Do you know we have families that have gone 4 months without pay in our counties? We are unable to pay workers of counties.
Yes.
So how are we going to get services if we're not paying these workers? But we were saying we don't have enough money for devolution. But here we are. We have money to splash around in handouts, in terms of gifts and empowerment. So I think we want to say we have a government that has its priorities completely upside down.
Okay. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much. I wish we had more time.
Yes.
But we invite you again.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation.
Thank you very much.
This is where we come to a close. Don't go too far. Twarudi sasa hivi.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Minnesota Representative Hulda Momanyi has called for greater civic involvement across the United States, saying democracy works best when citizens actively take part in every stage of the political process. Speaking during an interview on Radio Generation on Wednesday, Momanyi noted that although many Americans value their right to vote, a large number still stay away from the polls. The Kenyan-born U.S. lawmaker explained that elections in the U.S. are a long process that begins months before the general vote in November.
I think for the most part, just U.S. in general, I think it's something that most Americans take seriously. But sometimes you see that, especially in the last election, 22 million Americans did not vote, right? So public participation really comes down to the candidates' engagement with the constituency that they are connecting with.
Right.
And there's a lot of resources invested in educating the public about the process. Because sometimes it can can be complex, just understanding the process, because at the end of the day, it's not just the general election in the month of November. The whole entire process starts back in February, where, you start with caucuses, where, neighbors get together and they agree to be delegates. And then you go to your convention, the party convention, where now that's in around April, March, May, around there, where now you cast your vote for the endorsement of the party to whatever candidate of your choice.
Jewelry stolen from the Louvre store in Paris in a daring daylight robbery has been valued at 88 million euros, which is approximately 12.3 billion Kenya shillings, a French public prosecutor has said, citing the museum's curator. The prosecutor said the sum was extraordinary, but said the greater loss was to France's historical heritage. Crown jewels and pieces gifted by two Napoleons to their wives were among the items taken. Thieves' welding power tools took less than 8 minutes to take off with the loot shortly after the world's most visited museum opened on Sunday morning. The thieves have not been caught. The Council of Governors has condemned remarks made by Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, who appeared to gloat over the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who passed away on October 15th, 2025. In a statement, COG Chair Hamid Abdullahi distanced the council from Kahiga's sentiments. Abdullahi stressed that the comments were personal and did not represent the position of the COG. The COG chair revealed that the council had convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on the matter and issue further directive. A post-mortem report released by human rights organization Vocal Africa has revealed that the 3 people who lost their lives during the public viewing of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga's body at Kasarani died from gunshot wounds. The findings were presented to their families on Monday. The deceased were identified as Vincent Otieno Ogutu from Umoja 3, Evans Onyango Kiche from Njiru, and Joseph Dida from Lakisama. The death occurred as mourners gathered to pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister.
Young adults, on 2 of them, I have found gunshot wounds, penetrating gunshot wounds to the head, with, of course, severe damage to the brain. On a third victim of gunshots, it was penetrating through the chest and through the abdomen with attendant injuries to both the chest and abdominal organs.
The Kenyan Human Rights Commission and presidential hopeful Reuben Kigame has filed a petition challenging the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2024, saying it gives the state sweeping powers to monitor, silence, and endanger citizens who criticize the government. President William Ruto signed the law on October 15th, 2025, despite mounting fears it could deepen state repression. At the center of the petition is a clause that criminalizes publishing what the law calls false, misleading, or mischievous information. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 11 minutes past 9 o'clock. We want to talk about a partnership with Saudi, which is all about advancing our healthcare in the country and, of course, East Africa as a whole. And to help us have this conversation, we do have the CEO and founder, Sage Healthcare Concierge Services. This is Dr. Mohammed Abdullah Aldar. Dr. Mohammed, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much. And indeed, hi everybody, and hello from Saudi Arabia to all the beautiful Kenyan people.
Right. You've told me you arrived two days ago, right?
Correct.
You're loving the weather so far, right?
Absolutely. I'm coming from a city where the temperature reaches easily 45 plus. And when I arrived at 6 a.m. here in Nairobi, it was like 13. So as I said, I was like having like, wow, this is a beautiful weather.
Yes. Tell us a bit about Sage Healthcare Concierge Services.
Sure. So what we are trying to do here is that we have a healthcare ecosystem in Saudi Arabia that has all what does it take to provide a great patient care. So what we are trying to do here is that a patient is moving from one country to another because of many reasons today. Sometimes because of high cost, sometimes because of unavailability of the services, or sometimes because of long queues. What we are trying to do in Sage is to organize a full patient experience and full patient journey while moving from one country to another. So it's not only the healthcare part, but also the logistic part: visa, ticket, hotel, transportation, translation, everything. And making sure that you have the accessibility to the best healthcare providers in Saudi Arabia. Last year in 24, we had like some hospitals being ranked among the best in the world. So King Faisal Specialist Hospital being ranked number 15 worldwide.
Globally, yeah.
Globally. And it has more than 3,000 beds in that hospital.
Wow.
So Sage is, from its name, Sage means like wisdom, or taking like an informed decision. What we are trying to do here is that to supporting people to provide the right decision to choose whom is your best destination for healthcare.
What are some of the ailments that are treated in most of the hospitals that you are promoting?
Sure.
Because here in Kenya we are suffering a lot from diseases such as cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, dementia. So what can be taken care of?
Sure.
Yeah.
So when you look for a healthcare facility, you need to look for the tools, the instruments. You need to look for the ecosystem itself, like medication and others. And you look for the skillful doctors that you want to go for. So, for example, we have, as I said, 500 hospitals in Saudi Arabia so far, private and public. More than 115 hospitals are what's called JCI, that's the Joint Commission International. That's like a US-based accreditation body giving internationally accreditation that you have fulfilled the criteria and the standards, which actually very high standards. The second thing is that you have like more than 50% of doctors in Saudi are actually North American certified, board certified, or from coming back from Europe with a very highly trained, centers. We are actually covering what you have thankfully mentioned. So we have what's called Center of Excellences, Medical Center of Excellences, covering oncology, transplants, orthopedic, neurosurgery, spine surgery, and so on. So we have centers where they are also a research center. So they are not only providing the treatment, but also they are providing the support on the innovation or the creative part of medicine, where they can adjust treatment according to the patient plan.
Right. And just to get it clear, you said that you, Sage Healthcare Concierge, literally helps patients get to Saudi. So all we have to do is just come to you with a problem, you take care of the rest.
Correct. So patient or the entity has to just share the medical reports, and then from there we take it to the best center of excellence in Saudi. So we usually approach more than one, just to making sure that you have also the variety. And like sometimes it's not only about like you want to go to sometimes to specific city, or sometimes you want to go for a specific purpose. Somebody who is going for Saudi to do business, while being there they want also to do another maybe medical checkup. So we take this in consideration to making sure that we fulfill also the requirement of the patient. So yes, we take care of the whole thing. All what you need is to share the medical reports, and we take it from there. We have case management team whom are doctors and nurses. They will analyze all those reports and making sure that they will put you in contact with the right healthcare providers.
Right. In terms of finances, who is financing all this? The patients, you, the Saudi government? Who's financing all this?
Sure. So there are B2C, so with individuals, with consumers, and there are B2B with corporates, with companies, and there are B2G with governments. So overall, what we do is that either the patient is like self fundraising, or with like insurance companies and like having corporates contracts with them directly, so they can refer patients to Saudi Arabia healthcare system through us, or sometimes governments will do that. So it's a blend between all of these.
Right. For a very long time, people have been leaving Kenya, going to countries such as India, the UK, Germany, America, even Switzerland for medical care and advanced medical care for that matter. What is so different about Saudi that I should consider over India, for example, or any other of these countries?
Sure. I think culturally, geographically, cost-wise, quality, if you put all together, because when you take a decision, it's not only about the destination itself, it's not about the healthcare provider or the cost or the quality, it's a blend of all of these. If you have the right balance between the right cost, the right quality, the right skillful doctors and providers, as well as in the same time, like when I flew from Saudi to here, it was like 3 hours flight. So I think the destination as well, it makes a lot of sense. You have no like transit flights. It's like just direct flight from here to Saudi, and then you will be, for example, in Jeddah. So this is what makes Saudi Arabia definitely this is along with what I have just mentioned. I mean, you have like big variety, 500 hospitals, and you have as well the like the quality of delivery of care. It's very governed ecosystem. So every hospital will be licensed, will be accredited. All doctors are having the privilege to practice a specific specialty. They are all insured with medical malpractice. So you have like the system that will help you whenever you are ended up into one of the healthcare providers in Saudi to get the best service and treatment.
The figure 500.
Yes.
What does it represent? The total number of hospitals?
Correct.
In Saudi?
Correct. 350 hospitals are public, governmental.
350 are public,
and
yes.
150 is around 150 is private hospitals.
It's private.
Correct.
All right. Now, do they provide the same level of care, or do some of these hospitals provide a more elevated level of care, like specifically critical care and so forth?
Sure. That's a very valid question. Thank you for that. That's what I mentioned earlier. We have what's called Center of Excellence. So there are hospitals where they are specialized into, for example, oncology. So they will provide an elevated level of service when it comes to oncology, and they are very well known into oncology. There are other hospitals where they will provide, for example, a better service when it comes to cardiology, and this is what we are trying to provide. So when we provide the opinion or the advice, we choose which hospital is the right destination for that specific patient. Let me give you an example.
Please.
So for example, in orthopedic, the treatment of bones and joints, and sometimes somebody would like to have like a joint replacement in the knee. He needs or she needs a joint replacement. So people whom are operating, or centers operating into lower limb, for example, the knee replacement is different from somebody else whom should be very skillful when it comes, for example, to the shoulder operations and, like operating on upper limb. So that's what we are trying to provide. We take you to the right doctor and in the right center of excellence.
Okay.
Yeah. And like you said, board certified doctors, operating within Saudi Arabia. Are these nationals of Saudi Arabia, or are they foreign doctors?
They are nationals. So mostly they are nationals. Actually, Saudi Arabia had, great steps since many years, almost now 3 decades plus, where, scholarships being provided to especially medical doctors after they graduate from the medical school to go overseas and get the specialties right. And this is what pays off today. You have like doctors with 20, 15 years of experience, and they are actually coming from, very well-known medical centers, Cleveland, Mayo Clinic, King's College, Imperial College in UK, and so on. So you have those calibers whom are actually today providing the service within the country, but the level of the service they are providing is actually matching what they have been trained all the past 10, 15 years.
Right.
So you are getting the best of the best service actually with a nearby country and with good system, as I said.
Yeah. And I'm also interested in the board certified doctors. We have single, triple, double board certified as well.
Correct.
Okay.
So there are people whom are actually in medicine, so you can go to the specialty, and then you have like what's called subspecialty. So you have residency board certification, and then you have fellowship certification. So for example, somebody who is specialized into ophthalmology, so the eye specialty into all the diseases of the eye.
Right.
But then you have another fellowship where he will be or she will be more into the, for example, anterior chamber of the eye, or into transplant of cornea, and so on. So you have people whom are actually going into further specialties or subspecialties.
Okay. In terms of language barrier, because that can be an issue, and I think people also prefer places like the countries I mentioned because the language barrier isn't as much. How is it in Saudi Arabia? If I came there as a patient, do I get a translator, or do we converse with my nurses and caregivers as I would here in the country?
So the first language in Saudi is Arabic, and then the second language is English. So mostly, especially when we are talking here about hospitals, hotels, airports, everybody there is talking English. So there is no issue that anybody should face while, if you want to speak in English.
Right.
Now, if you want also to talk in another language, then definitely there are a translator. And part of what Sage provides is actually if there is like any language barrier, and this is part of our case management and preparation. So if we are aware of that limitation, we will take this in consideration while preparing for your journey in Saudi, and you will have a translator to making sure that there is definitely no language barrier, because communication is key for patients, especially between doctors and patient.
Right.
And we take care of actually the patient journey not only within or after the arrival to Saudi. So what we have dissected the journey of the patient into 3. Before arrival, so for example, we might offer like an online teleconsultation where we meet and interview the patient and asking for further questions. Sometimes the potential treating physician in Saudi would like maybe to meet your doctor here in Kenya or in any other country to further questioning about some of the condition. And while you are there, we provide all the services. And not only that, after leaving the country, leaving Saudi Arabia, if you want again to reconnect with your doctor, you have a question or you have something, we take that into consideration to making sure that you have like what's called the continuity of care.
Right.
There is no disconnection.
We've heard of horror stories coming from other countries where a patient goes there with a member of the family or with members of his or her family, and even after treatment, sometimes the bills pile up and then are then able to pay, and then they're held either in the hospitals or they're held in the countries. How would Saudi Arabia handle such a situation?
Sure. So we usually in such situations, first of all, when a patient will share medical reports, what we will do is that we will provide an indicative quotation or proposal. Based on that, it's usually anything between 10 to 20%, and that's the beauty of having a skillful treating team where they understand all the consequences of such treatment. So we wouldn't be like taking the patient to triple cost of the initial estimation. That's number one. Number two, there are some hospitals in Saudi where they are, because of the huge confidence that we have in the system, if we quoted you something based on that, even if God forbidden, because in medicine there are I would say, like even in the literature, what we call in the literature, in the studies and the research, there are well-known complications could happen.
Unforeseen complications.
Unforeseen.
Yes.
So if something happened, God forbidden, then the hospital will be responsible to cover anything related to that. So the patient will not be, exactly, because the trust we have in the system is like, maybe I shouldn't say that, but it's like zero default, so there shouldn't be a complication and zero default ultimately. So based on that, such hospitals will be able even to cover, like if complication will happen, they will absorb that. It's part of the, like the trust that we should provide. And we understand that there are top destinations worldwide well known today, and we are coming maybe late, but then we are actually coming with the, like to avoid the others, I would say.
Why do you say you're coming late?
Because I believe like, today most of the patients are, like feeling there are 2-3 countries where it's very well known and common to go. So now to start to talk to people again and about a new country, convince them to go, will need some time. We believe that. However, in the same time, we believe that we are coming with a different proposition, with different offering. We are not saying here that we are only having a good healthcare system. We are trying to avoid any, I would say, like shortfalls happening in the others systems.
Right.
That's why I asked the question, because it isn't late, it's fortuitous. Coming now when you have all these other facilities in other countries, you've had time to study them. You've had time to figure out what they do, how they do it. And again, coming from the region that you come from, you will be more familiar, for instance, with what it is that somebody coming from this part of the world would expect than they do.
Sure.
One, you have a population of people from this country and from this continent in your country. So you already have an idea of what it is that you'll be dealing with. So I don't think that it is coming late. It is coming at a very appropriate time.
Excellent.
Yes.
And actually, people say better late than never,
Correct.
So it's a good thing that you're actually here. Another question I had was, Saudi Arabia is predominantly a Muslim dominated country. So people coming from other faiths, do they need to what I'm looking for is, do they need to undergo through some kind of orientation so that they can be patients there, or do I just come to Saudi and I'm taken to Saudi Arabia and I'm taken care of?
This is a very excellent point you are raising. 5-6 years back, even the accessibility to the country was very limited to specific categories, like people coming for pilgrimage, for example, for Hajj or for Umrah.
Right.
Today, you have like multiple visas. So today, there are more than 70 countries are able to go online and get their visa for tourists. And the country today is having like a totally different dynamic. So I would say like there is no such, I would call it like such of orientation to come to Saudi. It's more of, the country now. So in 27 we will have Asia Cup, and in 2030 we will have GITEX, and then in 2034 we have World Cup in Saudi Arabia. So I don't believe what's happening today is totally different from the, I would say, the general mindset or the general background that maybe people will think like this country is like I have to be prepared to go to there. No, everybody is welcomed. Everybody is, as our colleague just said. I mean, there are already many people, and I'm having many colleagues there from Kenya already. They are there, and I don't think that with the diversity we have today, there is any issue for any nationality or any religion or any. So there is no such differences into backgrounds.
Okay.
Everybody is welcome.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned football. My favorite team is Al Nassr.
Okay.
Followed by Al Ahly.
Al Ahly.
Yes.
So Al Nassr is based in Riyadh, and then Al Ahly is more based into Jeddah.
Yeah. Those are my favorite teams from Saudi.
Okay.
I had to mention it because
I hope no fans from Al Hilal now hearing us. We will be in trouble.
What's your favorite team though? Do you watch football?
Al Hilal is very common in Saudi, and it's one of the best teams that we have in Saudi.
All right. Getting back to matters medicine. Have you set up anything on this side of East Africa, in Kenya specifically? Maybe some kind of medical center that is specialized on some of these issues, or I know you're an agency right now, but is there something that we can visit here that can take care of some of these ailments as we consider coming to Saudi?
Sure. Are you referring to an agency or a partnership that they may have with a health facility here?
I'm asking. I need an answer. I don't know how you'll. I need to understand.
So, this is an excellent point, because what we are trying to do here is not only offering, we don't want to be perceived, and that's one of the major differences between us and maybe other countries. We are not coming here to keep you referring patients from Kenya to Saudi. We believe into building up the capacity, and part of the partnerships that we are doing. So some hospitals here in Kenya, in Nairobi for example, they have the capacity to do a specific procedure. Again, let's take the knee replacement, but maybe they don't have the skillful hand. What we can do is to bring a visiting doctor from Saudi Arabia, have couple of cases done here in Kenya, and then with doctors from the country, and then by the time they will be trained. Not only that, we do provide a specialized healthcare training for doctors, for nursing, for admin, and for other medical practitioners, paramedics and others. So what we can do is also to participate and to partner into providing the capacity building into training. So we do share that as well, part of the deal, to making sure that we are not here to say we promote the country only to take patients to Saudi and that's it. Let's do it. I hope that in I don't know how many years, but then we can have a plan. If today, for example, you transfer or you refer 10,000 knee replacement surgeries, I hope in 5 years it will be 5,000 maybe, or 4,000 or less, because by that time you have the capacity built already within the country, and then maybe by then we focus into more oncology, because there are two things here. Sometimes because of the capability not available in the country, so you don't have that capability in your country, and that's why you refer patient. But sometimes the economy of scale doesn't make sense for you to invest a lot to do, for example, sometimes an oncology center that will cost maybe millions of US dollars, just because you have another center that could also provide that service. So there is a balance between these two, and as far as we keep that balance, it will be for the benefit of both countries.
Right. And in terms of and you've spoken about building capacity, do we have any partnerships that will allow our doctors to come to Saudi and learn some of this expertise, technologies, and so on?
Yes. So what we are offering now, and this is, as I said, this is only the second day today, so we are actually opening channels and building up that. But part of it is that when we refer patients, so for example, X disease, you have 50 patients coming from Kenya to Saudi. Once we gather that number, we bring not only the patients, but also we bring doctors with them. So when they are getting their treatment in Saudi, their doctors whom are accompanying them will be also trained, and they will be exposed to those cases. By repeating the cycle once and twice and thrice, there will be some doctors that will get the benefit of not only, so the patient will not only be referred to Saudi, but also doctors will be trained while they are referring the patients.
All right. And in terms of training them here in the country, for example, in our universities that provide medicine as a subject, we're talking about Aga Khan, University of Nairobi, and many others. Is there any form of partnerships or capacity build?
What we are doing is actually, so we have to go into some steps. We are doing some sort of, I would call it homework, where we do some gap assessment about what is exactly required as next step. But definitely all the three, so patient referral, training, as well as visiting doctors or the visiting doctors program, all together are into our radar to be part of the partnership that we are intending to do.
And in regards to the larger East African community, what is the plan?
That's why, so in Eastern Africa, we are coming to Kenya as,
the first stop.
The first stop, and we believe that it will be the hub as well, not only the first stop. So we believe we don't want to keep repeating our operations into multiple countries. We believe Kenya is a great hub to create the like all the operations, and then we can definitely assess or operate into other countries through a hub here in Kenya. And that's why what I think like we same thing with the western side of Africa. We are not trying to duplicate our operations into multiple countries. That will not be useful. And that's actually well known into such industry, where you have like to build up the hub to standardize your operations and to leverage on the knowledge and the know-how and the expertise that you have.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia is a very wealthy country, and I guess that's part of the perks of having that kind of capacity. You can have good hospitals and good doctors and so on and so forth. And you've spoken extensively also in terms of partnerships with doctors in America, or the education system in America for your doctors. Do you think that perhaps through such initiatives such as yours, perhaps we will be able to get to a point whereby we can manage some of the very serious illnesses that we face, cancers and the Parkinson's and so on and so forth?
See, any partnership will start with, in order to reach to a destination or an area where we provide also the academic part, that will need some journey, some training, and some alignment as well, because you have to making sure that the system here is also matching what is required to be going to the next step. In other words, part of the institutions that we are bringing is actually academic institutions, and they are already doing training, not only for Saudis but also for other countries. They are coming and getting training, especially, for example, from the surrounding GCC countries, from Bahrain, from Qatar, from Kuwait, from Oman, from others. And they are coming for training in Saudi Arabia because these are elite and highly high-end institutions. So definitely we can repeat the same experience here. And why I'm saying this with a lot of confidence, because we have also a support from the the healthcare ecosystem is like from accreditation point of view, training, like the health specialties commission in Saudi Arabia, that's only dedicated for training and building up the capacity, and they are actually into this, and we are now even partnering to provide the training that will be accredited by the Saudi Commission.
Right.
I think those are initiatives that will take place. We will start definitely from one point, and then definitely that will take us to ultimately having like doctors trained in their training could be in Saudi, visiting doctors coming for training, providing the because now also with the technology you have training that could be done on physical as well as online.
Yes.
So there are many ways that we can do.
Yeah.
What initiatives does the Kingdom of Saudi provide when it comes to preventative healthcare?
So
preventative and restorative healthcare. Let me broaden it. Yes.
Sure. So there were like starting from by end of 2010, they started talking more about the primary healthcare. So in healthcare systems, you have the primary, the secondary, and then the tertiary. So primary are like the polyclinics surrounding, or they are available in most of the areas. So you'll have like hundreds or thousands of them in the country. While they are referring any case that needs, for example, a medical attention, more sophisticated medical attention, to what's called secondary hospital, where they are general hospitals, but they can do like tonsillectomy, septoplasties, and like simple surgical procedures. And then you have the most sophisticated part of the healthcare ecosystem, that is the tertiary one, where you have the oncology, the cancer cases, the transplant, and so on. So actually we have invested more into what's called the public health, where you study the people, you study their health, you study their not only health but socio-economical part of their and educational part of their lifestyles, and then you link all of this to their health status. So there are a lot of initiatives now. So for example, there are like the teleconsultation. Now you don't have to go to the physician and meet in the polyclinic. You can just book up an appointment through the app, and then you can meet your doctor, whom is actually a family doctor. He is actually taking care of a specific number of members surrounding that polyclinic, and they know very well whom are you, whom is your wife, how many kids do you have, what level of education do you have, what sort of I would say diseases or medications you are on. So they know everything about that family. That's why it's called also family medicine. So that's how we are going more into the preventive side of medicine.
And I'd like us to also focus a little bit on the pharmaceutical aspect of all this. Medicine is quite expensive. How are drugs in terms of costs in Saudi? Are they expensive? Are they comparable to the rest of the world? How is it?
Sure. So we have taken also good steps many years back into building up the capacity in sense of manufacturing medications.
You manufacture?
Correct. So we do manufacturing medications, and they started with, I would call them, or many people will call them, the fast-moving items. So, for example, the fever medications and the headache medications.
Analgesics.
Exactly, analgesics. And then you talk about the antihypertensive, diabetes-related medications, and so on. So they started with the bulk part of medications. We have now different manufacturers doing that, not only for medications, but also for for example, for the IV fluids. We have manufacturers for also the surgical tools. So there are already these are nationalized now, in sense of having the some industrial part is also there. So I think today that brought the cost less than before, and not only that, but also the supply chain itself become much easier and faster for hospitals to have all their requirements in a very good time.
Yeah, I've been talking about manufacturing medicine in this country forever.
Well, the thing is this, let me ask, is it licensure that you have received from, say, the
patented products?
Yes.
It's a mix. So you have things that you have manufactured yourself without licensing from others, and there are, for example, some medications where they are still under the patency of well-known international companies, where you have exactly. So you have to get the license, and we have both situations.
I know we have a short time, but it means that then your healthcare service also has a huge research capacity.
Exactly. So King Faisal Specialist Hospital is not a hospital. If you Google it, you'll find that its name is actually King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. We have not only manufacturing, and so we are not only manufacturing analgesics, we are manufacturing treatment for cancer. We are manufacturing treatment for, some complicated diseases. So currently, for example, there is leukemia. Leukemia is the cancer of blood.
Yeah.
So there is a specific treatment. Today, it's only offered in very few countries worldwide, including US and Europe. We have it in Saudi, and we do it even manufacturing it within the country in the research center.
And you're manufacturing it in Saudi?
Correct.
Wow. All right. I know we have to let you go, but before we do, let me just see if we have a question here from a viewer. Not there. Let me see here. All right. I guess that's where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. How do we get in touch? How do we get in touch with you?
So we will be, actually we are now finalizing the partnership here, so we will have soon a representative for SAGE and for the whole ecosystem that I was talking about here in Kenya, in Nairobi, and then we will take it from there. I will leave also my business card with you, so if there is anything, I'm reachable all the time. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for this conversation. I think it's an eye-opener, and we hope that indeed... how long are you going to be in the country, by the way?
I'm leaving by Saturday, but then I think it's the first time, but only the first time, so we will have more repeated visits to Nairobi and Kenya, inshallah.
Right. Okay, sawa basi. This is where we come to a close. We're going to be letting Dr. Mohammed go because he has another engagement. However, when we do return, the conversation continues. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Traffic.
Thank you so much.
Generation. This is Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is Traffic on Radio Generation. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is Traffic on Radio Generation. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. All right, gentlemen, we are back. This is Radio Generation. Kuna mahali mitambo nimeshikashika hapa CT.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But CT, welcome back. Dr. Mohammed has actually told us some eye-opening things, and I've been talking about this for quite a while. And I think it's a conversation we need to start taking very seriously.
Yes.
And it's about local capacity for manufacturing of medicine. I like some of the things he has said, and I'm asking myself, why can't we do this? Do you know how much money we lose to taking people to the US, the UK, Britain, not Britain, but Germany, India for specialized care? It's a lot of money. And some of those reasons we take them out is because the medicine cannot be found here. The technology for even administering that technology is not found here. And the doctors, the experts, the nurses who can actually administer some of these treatments are not found in the country. If we build that capacity, bro, I can tell you, number one, we'll stop wasting so much money na kuchanga mingi.
Paul, do you know that we as Kenya are also a destination for very many people seeking care within the region, within the continent, and even outside the country? Are you aware?
I am aware.
Yes. So I believe you're speaking about enhancing that capacity.
Yes.
And making sure that we have more specialized treatment. Yes, the reason why these things exist and why I asked that last question.
Yes.
They cannot exist successfully without there being a very, very robust culture of research. They can't. Because when you focus on research, whatever initiatives you have in place will actually take charge from a position of information. You will know. You will understand it. Because when you talk about people finding methods, finding cures, curating medication, treatment, and so forth, it's research.
Yeah.
Because by the time you come up with a possible intervention for a disease, and to the point where you actually understand how it works, that's research. Yeah. And very, very intensive. You're talking about even stage 4. You're talking about the things that need to be done. Now, if a country doesn't invest in it, it will not be possible. Yep.
True story.
It won't.
Let me read some comments here from our lovely viewers. From leo sijasoma hata messages zozote.
Soma, please.
Wacha nijaribu kuzisoma with the few minutes we have remaining. Bwana, hii imeenda wapi sasa? Let me start with JNK Media. Morning, guys. Mutai Kahiga said something about the former Nyeri governor's death and his car, which was so unfortunate. But this one, we went too far. It just shows what is between Yusta Malizia. But you get what he means.
No, I don't actually. But continue.
Anamaanisha kile kiko kwa akili yake.
No, just continue.
Yes. John Otieno anasema, good morning team. I had to look where CT my guy has been. Good job and keep the fire burning. Thank you, John. On behalf of CT. My Take 2.0. mi ni Mwafrika lakini kusema kweli tuko na shida mahali. Do you think those two incidents, i.e. the one of Raila's son and how that leader talked, can happen elsewhere? Of course I don't think so. But then did you see people who were trolling Raila Jr.?
What is trolling?
Trolling is more or less cyberbullying. They were talking about his facial features, and they
and they were not talking about it in a positive way.
Of course they were not.
You know, there's some very sick people in this country. Okay? And you find very many of them in this social media that you live in. Okay? Because you're wondering, here's somebody who has lost their father. Okay? Forget everything else that the country has been saying about. To him, first and foremost, is the father. And this is what you choose to actually engage in.
There's something called TikTok Live. People went on to TikTok Live. I'm not talking about, when I say people, I mean lots of people. And they were forming their mouths in the manner that Raila's mouth was created. And I was watching some of those videos, some of those comments, and asking myself, do these people have brothers and sisters? Do they have children? Do they have parents?
But what does it tell you? See, that's my concern. Because they are relishing it. If it means there are many people, kwa seli tunasema wanachangia, sio? Somebody begins, someone adds on to it. But it is, we are noticing it because we're talking about the late Raila Odinga's son. Okay? But when you look at even some of the conversations on social media, part of the reason why I don't bother very much, God Almighty, it's like a cesspool. The things people say about each other, the insults people throw at each other, you wonder, for heaven's sake, this is, you can't normalize such filth. You can't, and yet they want to normalize it.
Yeah.
And then it morphs into this, where instead of helping someone manage the grief they have, you are adding to the pain that this person has.
Yeah. Mimi ni Mwafrika. Oh yeah. So I just read that one. Pwani Economic Revolution anasema, if the citizens showed the same enthusiasm of storming State House, we read that one. Then there's one for Sokoine Olepunda. Good morning, Sokoine. Anasema, I can't understand city not knowing. That one we read. Since Governor Kahiga is known to be of one mind with Rigiji, are we to assume the implied celebration is a DCP position on Raila's demise? Unfortunately, DCP is not here to answer that question. Perhaps if we get a hold of them, we shall ask them.
Well, one could also ask that, since we've heard the immediate former deputy president hasn't commented on the Nyeri governor's comment, then let me ask the question, are we to agree with that individual who says that they're of the same mind, that his sentiments are the same?
Maybe perhaps. And you see, Danny, former DP Rigiji finds himself in these situations over and over again. Foot in mouth kind of situation. Him not in having attended Raila's burial. And Raila, do you know Raila attended his brother's funeral?
Yes, he did.
The late Nderitu. He went to Nderitu's burial, and he eulogized this gentleman that had passed away. For me, I would think nitatokezea hata mkinitukana, hata munichape mugonge gari yangu na mawe, I will be there for someone who was there for me and my family. So sijui Edgadi atatuambia nini kuhusu hili, lakini anyway, mimi nilifiwa, so maybe he'll explain it to the Odingas.
This foot and mouth situation cost a certain minister called Habenga Okondo his job. He was known to say things that perhaps were a little colorful. And there was a certain Anglican bishop called Alexander Muge. The man had gone to Busia, and in the manner that came to characterize this gentleman's way of speaking, he said something adverse regarding that man's life. Lo and behold, before that man reached Eldoret, there was a car accident involved with a lorry, and he died. Then people erupt and say he knew this guy was going to die.
Yeah.
He resigned. And it also marked the end of his political career. should be very careful in a position of leadership about the things you say.
Yeah.
And right now in this information age, the media does not forget.
Oh yeah, it doesn't.
It will be there. Someone will bring it up. We see it every other day when somebody says something, somebody digs up something you said earlier on, which is absolutely contrary to what you're saying at that point in time. So you'll be called out.
Margaret Ondicho anasema no public participation as it's supposed to be. Yeah, of course. This is in regards to the conversation we were having in that first hour. Moshoma James amesema our parliament works under instructions from the executive. City anaulizanga, how is that possible?
They don't. Those people want to be spoken to. They want to be bribed. They want. It's. If you have a people who are determined to serve the people who elected them, they just tell you respectfully no.
Yeah. Then we have Honorable Hulda looks well educated and gifted as a leader. We need education on how parliament should work, the life cycle of a bill, voting, etc. I hold you, dear Mheshimiwa, for sharing insights.
By the way, let me speak to the individual. Who is the person who's...
This is Darwin Ignatius.
Darwin, it is true what you say, but look at how and why it is possible. The citizens hold their leaders to account.
And you know what Dr. Hulda, Mheshimiwa Hulda said here? She said that huko, the laws work.
Why? Because remember, we've had this discussion.
Yes.
Laws work when you understand the unwritten pact between you as citizens. Meaning we will all abide by the law. All. It doesn't matter your position. It doesn't matter. We will abide. If Parliament is given certain powers, the parliamentarians know and they will hold those powers dear. These ones of ours who at the snap of a finger share their birthright, abdicate their birthright. Every executive tries to influence the legislature and even the judiciary.
Even in America.
More so, I'm glad. No, he exemplifies what I'm saying. Okay?
Yeah.
The finger is pointed at Africans because we do it in the open. The West, they do it there. Yeah, we do it in the open.
Yeah, we do it in the open.
We even threaten you in the open.
And we are very ugly at it.
And we will tell you. And then we will defy and say, whoever wants to do, I mean, yes, and all those things that we do. The others are subtle about it.
Yeah.
Those with executive powers always try to have their way, but they are checked. Now, where these things work, if you look at the UK, someone disagrees, they resign.
Yeah.
This current PM, I don't think there's anybody in the history of the UK who has had so many ministers resigning from it.
Keir Starmer.
Yes. And as you're saying, but that is the understanding. You know why? If there's something which you find is untoward and you don't take a position, the public take notice and they're waiting for you.
Actually, you're very right. They're waiting for you, and this is also how they're waiting for you. President Sarkozy is currently in prison. He went there yesterday.
He's been given a scholarship of 5 years.
Exactly. Why? Because he did something in 2007, 18 years ago. That thing catches up with you. Webu niambie kama saizi President Macron anaweza cheza. Haezi, juu anajua however long it takes, watanipata.
You only need to look at South Korea and the vigor and the energy with which they prosecute former presidents. You'll understand. They understand that fact that this law applies to all of us. Okay? When you have a country where people, the citizenry, understand that, they will be able to hold their leaders to account.
So as we leave, here's an update as far as Governor Mutahi Kahiga is concerned. The Council of Governors have removed Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga from the position of Council of Governors Vice Chair, following his remarks on Raila's death. The Council of Governors have removed Nyeri Governor Kahiga Mutahi from position of COG Vice Chair, following his... Okay, I'm repeating myself, but yes. Jamaa amechujwa kama Council of Governor Vice Chair. Sasa ni watu wa Nyeri, MCAs wa Nyeri, mufanye the rest. Si mnajua ni nini? Anyway, before I'm told I'm inciting, it's time for us to bounce, man. It's been real, guys. See you tomorrow, bright and early, 6 in the a.m.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The APK Kenya leader Eugene Wamalwa says the opposition was caught off guard by secret talks between Raila Odinga and former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo, which later led to a formal post-election pact between UDA and ODM. Speaking on Radio Generation on Wednesday, Wamalwa said the Azimio coalition had no prior knowledge of the initial July 2023 meeting in Mombasa. He added that they only learned about it when photos of the meeting surfaced on